Hello. Testing. We should be good to go. Testing. Okay. I think we're good. Hello, everyone. Can you hear my mic? Cherry, Spicy, what is up? Beta Funky as well. Good to see you guys. I'm just gonna make one last announcement. And by the way, let me know in the chat if you can hear me. I want to confirm that. Yeah, if you have any issues with the camera or the audio, please let me know. I just pretty much got a new computer. So yeah, things might be a little off. My settings are gonna be weird. But I'm happy to have you guys here. Just put this. Okay. Without further ado, let us get into this. A little quiet? Okay, I will turn my shit up. Is this better? I have it like pretty much at the max. Turn the music down a little bit. Oh, what the heck? I did this. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can pop out the chat. Okay. Sorry guys, thank you for being so patient while I start this up. Alright. So just to review what we did, I put out a survey recently asking people a lot of questions about sort of what it's like to compete in any game, really. This isn't just about Smash. Pretty much everyone who did this is a Smash player. I did send this to some fighting game communities as well, and I think my brother sent it to some of his people that he's competed with as well. I think I sent it to him, hopefully. Maybe not, actually. Anyway, I wanted to leave this open for anyone who's competing in any game. And so yeah, I have the first question here. If anyone wants to do the survey, you can still fill it out while we're doing this. That's totally fine. But right now, the first question is what we're going to be reviewing. Actually, well, yeah, we'll do a few of these. No, we'll start with the survey questions. So yeah, we have some open response things about either questions or discussions of topics. Something that I want to, I guess, put out there is that this is gonna be like a difficult stream for a couple reasons, right? And I just want to make sure we're all on the same page about what this is for. This is to discuss ways to, you know, help us all be a little better, and more importantly, have a better experience at tournaments and competing and stuff, right? So I want to help everyone have as much fun as possible, and I know that Smash, or really just competitive gaming in general, can be really stressful. It's not uncommon to see people get quite emotional from competing, and it's totally understandable. Competition is something that's very difficult, right? That's the first thing I want to acknowledge, is that being a competitor is really hard. I don't want it to seem like I am trivializing things or making it seem like I think that mentality is an easy thing, because it's very difficult. However, I think certain things I talk about might make some people feel a little upset. There's a chance that some of what I say is upsetting to you guys, and if that is, feel free to you know, let me know. You can message me and talk about it with me privately, or you can, you know, bring it up in the chat and we can talk about it. Some of you might be wondering what I'm really talking about. A lot of my thoughts and philosophies on having a good mentality involve topics and points about mental health in general, right? And that's a sensitive topic no matter what. You know, everyone has some different opinions. I think this, hopefully this goes without saying, I think it does, but I am not a professional in the mental health field. However, I have learned a lot about what helps me, and I've helped a lot of people that I've coached in the past and I've talked to in the past. I think a lot of the problems people have with mentality in Smash, I think it's really indicative of some deeper personal issues, and so I may be talking about general trends of how people deal with their mental and emotional health in general, right? So I hope you understand what I'm getting at, and I want to be as clear as possible. So if you guys have any questions about anything, then, you know, feel free to, again, just let me know, because I want everyone to be on the same page. I don't want anyone to be leaving this stream with a bad experience. I appreciate everyone who has submitted a response. This is all anonymous, but still, it's very courageous of you all to fill this out. I know that some of the questions and thinking about these questions are not always very fun. I mean, that's really the first thing that we could look at, right? So we're gonna go through all of these in general. How would I? Okay, here we go. So something I wanted to point out. Over 50% of people... Oh wait, this is the wrong one. My bad. It's still over 50%. Okay. Yeah, 61.9 out of 42 responses. A lot of these people who responded, most people, felt embarrassed or ashamed by their response to a disappointing outcome at a tournament. Ethan, what's up? Ethan, I haven't heard from you in a while. I feel like I haven't seen you at a tournament forever. You should come out to a tournament. We all miss you. But I'm glad you're here. Thank you so much for joining the chat. So yeah, for most people, the topic of mentality can be difficult because a lot of people are very disappointed in themselves for how they act, right? You know, we're talking about, in a lot of ways, the worst aspects, some might say, of oh, thank you. The worst aspects of how we present ourselves as competitors. You know, we're feeling most frustrated. This music's a little loud for me. Okay, so I'm just gonna start from the top. I'm gonna ignore the open response questions for now. First question, by whatever definitions you have, how good is your mentality? We saw a lot of different responses here, pretty much the whole range. The least common answer being 3. But most people by far, like 42.9%, are a 5 out of 7. I think a 1 through 7 scale is better because there's an exact middle with 4, and then it's fairly easy to judge like where you are. When rating something out of 10, people kind of don't really do that accurately, I feel like. But in case anyone was wondering why. So yeah, most people feel like they have a fairly good mentality. And I mean, most of the people who are doing this, a vast majority are in Utah, right? And I think Utah, in general, like the mentalities of our competitors have improved a lot. It was a lot worse early Ultimate. Just the culture in general was a little rougher in the earlier years. You know, I'm by no means perfect. I've contributed to some bad experiences that people have had, which I regret and I've learned a lot from. But I've been competing since Smash 4. I'm like, I mean, not so much anymore, but I'm 21 years old. I have been on the younger side of the age of the competitors, and I've been competing since I was 15. So I've seen a lot of players come and go, and definitely the community is in a much better spot now, which is awesome. Yes, Unk. I've been getting that a lot lately. You'd be surprised. It's strange. That's awesome, Ethan. I'm really happy to hear that. Thank you. That's very nice. Yeah, let's keep going with this stuff here. I'm not gonna go too long on all these, right? So, how do you feel when someone makes an upset on you in bracket? Meaning, when someone who is, I don't necessarily want to say worse than you, but perceived as worse than you, or seeded worse than you, right? When they beat you, how does that make you feel? And this, you could select multiple ones for this. Over 50% of people feel disappointed and or depressed, which makes a lot of sense. We did see 31% of people say, I feel happy for my opponent and I don't really care about the fact that I lost. So, this is a multiple response question. I'm guessing a lot of these other ones are like overlapping, you know, people getting both. But like a third of the community not really caring if they get upset, or they're not really treating it differently than any other type of loss. Like, that's pretty good. I think it could be really discouraging for people when they upset someone and they want to be happy, but you know, someone else sort of tries to steal that from them. Or it just isn't happy, and it can kind of cause some tension. I know some people are afraid to win because they are worried that their opponent will feel bad, you know. Ethan says, I feel happy if they're one of my friends, but if it's someone I don't know well, I'm disappointed. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. If you have any other thoughts about that, feel free to elaborate. But I certainly know what you're talking about, and I think a lot of other people share that sentiment. And 23% of people don't really feel much of anything, so it's neutral. It's just kind of like any other loss. There are 14, we'll just round it up to 15. So 15% of people feel you know, a really harsh shift in their mood for a while. So a pretty even range of responses here. I feel pretty good about this. Like this makes me really happy. I think one of the things I'm most proud of for my own mentality improvement has been learning how to be proud of my opponents who upset me or just beat me in general. Um, Again, like I'm not always perfect, but I think I do pretty damn good. I feel like I haven't, really made anyone uncomfortable. Hopefully not after they've upset me. But normally it's, especially if it's like a big upset, like someone who's never beaten me before, it's always really happy to see. I this is a separate. I guess this is actually the next question. Um, if someone who is equal to or beyond your skill level pops off on you or celebrates their win, how do you feel? So this one, I'm not really sure why I differentiated as this not being an upset. Something to note about this scale is that it's a 1 to 5, and the 5 is, if I am not mistaken, 5 is neutral or better. So assuming people read that criteria, the scale, you could extend this to like a 1 in 9, essentially. 1 out of 9 scale. But most people, I mean, only, like less than a third of people feel okay with that. Like 2/3 of the people who responded feel upset, ranging from very upset to here. So this is something I want to talk about. I want to kind of jump into a longer discussion with this question, right? So I would love a lot of participation. Like I want this stream to be a discussion and not just me rambling. Because I'm no expert. I just want to hear everyone's thoughts. So I would love to hear from you guys why you think that someone popping off is upsetting. Whether this is something that you relate to or something that you see, or if you're just now hearing about it, which I think is unlikely. But like, why do you think popping off makes people upset? Yeah, you guys can type your things there. I think I actually found a new place to advertise my stream. I'm gonna try to link my stream. All right. Sorry about that. I'm just gonna message a mod in one of these servers that I'm in to see if I can advertise here. I saw a few people responded, so I'm gonna get to that in a second. Thank you for your patience on this. Let's see. know if there's any moderators online. Alright, so sorry about that, guys. Okay, we're back. Got a lot of responses here. Let's see. We're gonna start with Malfunky. For anyone who has joined in the past minute or so, I was asking why do we think that someone popping off after they beat you, meaning like celebrating their win, perhaps audibly. I think we all know what I'm talking about, right? Like, why is that upsetting for a lot of people to encounter if they're the ones who lost in that situation? Malfunky says, I think it... Oh, sorry, I pinned something. Unpin. Okay, sorry about that. I think it's just an in the moment emotional thing. Do you mean like being upset by that is a in the moment emotional? I'm not really sure what you mean by that. Moving on, we have Spicy Mario. For me, I don't really understand when people pop off on me because I don't think I am that good. So I don't think beating me is that impressive. Ethan says, the only time I've gotten popped off on was a few years ago when I was about to beat Mint, but I pulled a one-twos, or a, in quotes, one-twos when they're about to beat a PR player. I'm assuming that means like you threw, and the last moment didn't quite win. Ethan goes on to say, I felt bad for a bit, but then brushed it off after a few minutes. Okay. Power Steph says, just a matter of perspective, I think. Spicy says, I just get annoyed because it's like, congrats, bro. You beat the third best Mario in Utah. Whoop-de-doo. Alright. Lazy says, to be honest, when I'm popped off against, I'm upset, but kind of feels good at the same time because it shows how much they respect me as a player, which I appreciate. Just feeds my ego a little bit. Yeah, I think that's something I want to talk about a lot. So I'll definitely get back to your message, Lazy. The Malfunky ends by saying, it's just all the factors, just losing a close set, the potential failure to meet your expectations, and now someone else has what you want, which is winning the set. It gets to your head sometimes. I think those are all great responses. Again, thank you so much for everyone who submitted a response there. So let's actually talk about Malfunkies for a bit. Can I, like... This could work. Now, how would one zoom in? Um, so losing a close set, potential failure to meet your expectations. Now someone else has what you want. Yeah, there's a couple things that I think are really good about this. So for sure, like losing a close set. It's a really bad circle. My bad. I'm just gonna do a highlighter. That's a little easier. So yeah, losing a close set for sure. Failure to meet expectations. We're going to be talking a lot about this. I'm just gonna make that very clear. But what I thought was really interesting about this response is someone else has what you want. That's a really good thought to share, and it's very intriguing because when you are in a really intense set, and when both players have a lot of emotional stakes put into it, then part of what makes it so exciting, either as a player or a spectator, is that one player is going to succeed and one is going to fail, right? At least that's sort of a storyline that we all understand from it. Spoiler alert, I don't think that it should be looked at that way, but we'll talk about that later. So someone else has what you want. I don't. That's just so interesting. I'm trying to articulate why. Because really, what do you want when you want to win? Is the thing. When people get upset, if you get upset when someone pops off from you, it's one of two reasons. It's either, or one of two things is true. You either wanted to win and you didn't, so that is what's upsetting you, and the pop-off is a very intrusive symbol of that disappointment. I would say, like, it's hard to ignore that. It's hard to kind of distract yourself. If you feel outside expectations as a competitor, then when someone pops off, it actually draws attention to your failure, which can be really difficult for some people. Again, totally understandable. But if you don't really care much about winning, then you can also feel a little upset because it's a sort of odd situation that someone would care so much about that, right? Like, this is exactly what Spicy said. Like, Spicy said, I just get annoyed because it's like, congrats, bro, you beat the third best Mario in Utah. Whoop-de-doo. Rose, if you were still here, I am curious to ask if you want to share. Do you get, like, how do you feel when someone pops off on you and you're unsure why? If you want to respond, I think it would be very insightful, but you don't have to. But I think a lot of people relate. I know several people, like off the top of my head, who have described this exact situation. So, let's see. So nothing yet, but we can get back to that if you say anything. If not, that's fine. I think a lot of what people experience with pop-offs is like, I would almost go as far as to say the jealousy, right? Because, like Malfunky was saying, someone has what you want, which is winning the set. When you see someone celebrating, do you guys ever, like, are you about to win a set and you feel like, oh, if I win this set, I'm probably going to pop off super hard? Is that a thought that crosses your guys' mind ever? I have popped off like twice ever. I popped off in 2019 before COVID when I was still like a 0-2, 1-2 player in a redemption bracket. And then I popped off my first time playing doubles in like years. My teammate we were playing double brawler, and my teammate clutched out a super close set, and so I popped off for them really. But I mean, that was part of the team as well. But I think some people, even if you're not thinking like I'm gonna pop off here, you may be thinking I am, or maybe not thinking, but your body anticipates that excitement and the joy that you might feel winning, right? Make a decent upset, I do a little pop off, but otherwise I just say GG's and move on. Yeah, a lot of people anticipate how good it will feel to win. That's something, I mean, Ethan said this earlier with, they pulled a classic 1-2er when they're about to beat a PR player. Like, people get so excited about getting a win that it sort of gets to them. And that can, like, set up a lot of disappointment. One of the core things that we'll be discussing tonight is that expectations are the source of most, if not all, of the problems that people are going to face with mentality. Expectations for outcomes, it's really hard to do that correctly. There's no one way to have a good mentality. Let's make that very clear. But people who have a lot of powerful in terms of their emotional weight, expectations, tend to be the people who get frustrated the most. And let me know if you guys disagree. What I've noticed is that the people who pop off the hardest tend to be the people who get upset the most. So think about that, because I think it says something pretty important. Yeah, pop-offs. Okay, so Spicy responded about why popping off can be kind of upsetting. You get annoyed. I think popping off in general is a little corny, almost feels like they're celebrating your failure. Yeah, just from like a social, from a social perspective, like, you could certainly consider it celebrating your failure. You can interpret it that way. I mean, we all know, like, they're celebrating the fact that they won, not that you lost, but I mean, those can be viewed as two sides of the same coin. I'm gonna see if I have an extension that makes Google Docs dark mode, but I don't think it works with the forms. That's fine. Just a little bright. So, Rose, what I would say to you is that I understand me saying stuff. It's not just gonna make it so, like, I can't just say like, oh, don't be upset by this thing, and that me saying that doesn't make it not upsetting. But when someone's popping off, either they feel like they played really good and are happy that they succeeded, or they felt like they played good enough and they're happy that they succeeded, or I forgot what the or was. I mean, yeah, like, they're just happy at the outcome. And it can feel annoying if you played quite bad and you lost, we'll say in part due to your own gameplay being a lot worse than it normally is. I would encourage you all, this is something that it's really more of a discipline thing to make this a habit, but like, really, I think if you try to congratulate your opponent or just be happy for them or not, be grumpy about it, I think you can build it as a habit and it will be easier the more you do it. It's gotten a lot easier for me the more I've done it. there's certain habits that you can form with how you communicate or how you act that will influence your thoughts. I think that your thoughts and actions influence each other, but it doesn't just go one way. A lot of people think like, your thoughts influence your actions only, but they both influence each other. So you can, if you don't want to act up, this kind of goes right into our next one, like slamming a desk or table, damaging your controller, shouting in anger. If you don't want to do these behaviors, you can think differently, and that will obviously stop you. Like if you don't, in your mind, feel upset, then you're not really going to be doing these. But controlling how you communicate and how you act will then help your brain think better. A great example of this that I know Spicy has talked to me about this before, but like maintaining a really focused and neutral body language when you're playing. So if you SD, instead of like reacting and being like, I died at 0, like it's so bad, and like physically emoting, if you are, I guess you could say stoic, is one way to put it, but if you don't demonstrate that emotion outwards or outwardly, then you will not be feeding into it, and thus it won't be as intense. And this is something that I think is very true. Like smiling, making yourself smile at your opponent, even for a moment when you say GG's, will do so much to help you not be upset. So you can, through willpower and discipline, you can act certain ways, and that will actually reduce salt and will reduce disappointment and all those feelings, right? So it's important to, I think, for learning how to be happy for your opponent, there's a lot of ways that you can learn to do that. It'll also make people like you a lot more. People will really appreciate and respect you if, when they upset you, you feel you don't have to like throw a parade for them, but like be at peace with it and congratulate them through a genuine good game, fist bump, and not making it a big deal, not making it about you. I don't think that's too harsh of a way to say it. I think I gotta say it like that. Like, really, these behaviors, if I'm being honest, like this is making it about you. And it's not all about you. This stuff kind of makes people uncomfortable, right? And I know that most of you realize this, and they feel sad or upset with themselves or disappointed that they are, just not. The vibes aren't great when you're acting like this, right? And I don't want it to be too hard on people. I want to make it very clear that like slamming a table, your controller, shouting in anger, denying a fist bump, insulting your opponent for sure. Everything except everything except these last two, which are a little different. Like, I think these behaviors right here, I would say these are unacceptable. The people who act like this are good people. They're trying. Everyone's trying. Like, people don't want to be assholes. I believe most people have enough of a conscience to know that, like, even if they are afraid to admit it, if their mental health is really unwell, then they'll just kind of like lie to themselves. I think deep down, everyone knows that, like, denying a fist bump, you can try to justify it whatever you want, but like, it's You don't have to be doing that. It's immature. I feel like I need to pause when I say something like that and almost apologize, because I don't want people to think, I don't want to be too hard on people. I don't want to be hard on people in the wrong way, would be a better way to say it. Because I want to give people room to change, right? So what I'll say is that we all know that we shouldn't be doing these things, right? We can agree on that. If it is uncontrollable, if you feel like, you know, I couldn't control my emotions, overcame me, and like I couldn't control my emotions. The question of can you control your emotions, it's a kind of wild topic to get into, and that's something that I could talk about for a long, long, long time. But regardless of whether you can control your emotions, your emotions don't have to control you. You know, you can control yourself, and people need to know that they can control themselves, right? This is one of those things where I'm gonna get into something that's kind of real. Like this might be a little too real. So if this is upsetting for anyone, then again, feel free. You can always let me know. But I think it just needs to be said. A lot of people were raised in a way. A lot of people weren't raised to understand that you can control how you act. There are a lot of people who have parents or siblings or friends or just any influences in their lives growing up. A lot of people have influences in their lives that have taught them that it is that you can't control how you act when your emotions are really strong, and that is acceptable. And I think that being disrespectful to people is not acceptable. I know, crazy hot take, but that's not okay, and we shouldn't accept that. But a lot of people excuse that for themselves by saying, I was just really upset. And if you mess up, people mess up. Everyone messes up. It's okay to mess up. Your mistake it's okay that you made a mistake, but your mistake is not okay. Right? So people will sometimes excuse it, honestly, by saying that, they were very frustrated. And if you apologize, then I think you should. No, I'm streaming. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Okay, sorry, my brother was dropping something off. Where was I? I think that a lot of the people who get really salty and are really disrespectful, they will say afterwards that they will kind of excuse themselves in a way, like, oh, I was really upset. Some of them, a lot of them, are apologetic and take accountability and are like, you know what, like that, yeah, that wasn't okay. My emotions got the better of me, but that I'm really sorry. They're not dismissive, but they still use that as a reasoning, and that is the reason, like, because again, people don't want to be assholes. But you need to change that. And I gotta let people know, like, I might be calling some of you out who are listening to this, but like, if you are hitting a table after you lose, or shouting, you need to take a step back. And I don't want to sound like a boomer parent right now, but like, a video game should not mean that much to you that you are acting like this. It just shouldn't. And let me say that in a different way. Nothing should make you act like this. All right. I'm gonna remove that comment. I'm gonna time you out for that, Ethan. No big deal, but I'll explain why. Is that 10 seconds? Okay. I think that deletes that message. So yeah, let's not call anyone out. All right, Lazy. That's different. We know what you're referencing. Right. Yeah. So like, I'm not like mad at you or anything, Ethan. But like, I want this. I know that I'm kind of like digging into people right now, in a way. Like, I am telling people that their behavior is not okay, but I don't want to call anyone out in particular, because I think anyone who is watching the VOD or listening into the stream who is being called out on any of these types of behaviors and is still receptive to it is being very brave and is being very strong, and I'm really proud of them. Because what I said about like a game, and I said really anything or nothing, but especially a video game, like, shouldn't make you be doing these things. Oh, what's up? How you doing? When I say like this shouldn't be justifying this type of disrespect. It has to be said that, like, I am kind of shaming these people. And I want to call out these behaviors in a way that's loving and fair. And I am trying to figure out a better way to say these things, to avoid people feeling like I am shaming them and I'm condemning them, because I want to give everyone an opportunity. So, Bixie likes blue and smell funky. I'm gonna get to that recent comment about babying people, but first I'm gonna read Malfunky's. Malfunky says, I think it's also important to change how we look at raging from an outside perspective. I never get mad at people who rage because I recognize that their actions aren't a moral failing necessarily, but an emotional failure. That person is at a low point and needs support from the community as long as they're willing to receive it. I really appreciate that comment. There are some things get taken to, really any type of like disrespectful behavior is taking it too far, right? But there's different levels to this stuff, right? If you lose to someone, or you beat someone and they like hit the table, or they shout out in anger, like they just drop an F-bomb or something, like, that's not okay. But that person is, if they are willing to change and take accountability, if they say sorry, then they should be supported. And I don't think that everyone deserves your trust. Like, if someone is disrespectful to you, Oa is a huge Popping Off fan. And I think Oa, I actually want to specifically use Oa as a good example for something later about Popping Off, so I'm going to get back to that. So yeah, if someone has a disrespectful reaction and they apologize, then I think that's okay. Or they are okay, but what they did isn't okay, and that's why they apologized. If they didn't understand that what they did was wrong, then they wouldn't have apologized. I know a lot of you guys are young, uh, but I think we need to get better at apologizing for stuff. It's really easy to kind of sweep that behavior under the rug, um, but apologizing is super important for growing. You know, like I have made, I have unknowingly made people feel uncomfortable, and I'm really sorry about that. Um, I think it's wrong for me to ignore that. Like I have messed up at socializing in the past. I think literally everyone has. I don't mean to say that as a way to excuse myself because I just said I shouldn't need to. I shouldn't excuse myself. Like yeah, I've just socialized in ways that weren't as positive as they could be. Um, and there's a lot of really brave people who mentioned that to me and messaged me and told me that they felt confused and uncomfortable by the way that I was acting, and they gave me a chance to improve myself. Um, and that starts with accepting that your behavior was wrong, even if you didn't mean to make someone upset. Um, a compassionate person should still feel sorry that they made someone feel bad. Um, and likewise, a compassionate person should understand that if someone made you feel bad and they didn't mean to, and they feel sorry, that you should accept them and forgive them. So if we are compassionate, and this is really more of a moral conversation. This is again like kind of going past the concepts of just you know how to reduce salt at a Smash Bros tournament. But like if we communicate and are compassionate and are forgiving, then everyone improves. Um, if you are unwilling to do that, it could be because you've been really hurt in the past and it's difficult to become a forgiving person like that. And I don't want to say that if you can't forgive someone that you're not a compassionate person. I think that's a little harsh. You're just not. I don't think you're. I don't think you are yet where you should be, but that's okay, right? Um, this type of thing about like having compassion and forgiveness, like I think this having that for other people is the first step. You not even the first step. It is a requirement for any type of approach to forgiving yourself and learning to love yourself. If you are, it sounds kind of cliche, um, but like I've seen it in my own life and I've seen it in other people's lives. If you can't forgive other people and be compassionate to other people, you are gonna hate yourself for your whole life. And the I mean, it's fortunate, but in a lot of ways, it's unfortunate. There's a lot of people who don't realize they hate themselves. Like people ask me, like my therapist would ask me about self love and what my thoughts were on that, and I thought like, yeah, I love myself totally. I know that for a fact. And then I thought more about what that means, and I realized like I do not love myself, and that's kind of scary, right? Like liking yourself and loving yourself are two different things. Um, But to be able to love yourself, you have to love other people. You know? I want to show you guys a video that's really important to me. I'm going to pull up this video. Um, yeah, we're kind of going off the rails here.
I've been working out for talk. Always, always tell yourself You can do it. Always be that encourager. And I was like, but that doesn't make sense. Yeah, 6. And I remember it was because I have a picture of you. Good about yourself. Talk.
Okay. So I'm talking a lot about how to forgive other people, and how to forgive yourself and how to love yourself. I think this is very on topic for what we're talking about today. Like this competitive gaming mentality, I think this is entirely on topic. This is exactly what we are here to talk about, right? I want to show you guys a clip. It's a portion of a podcast. I saw this in like a YouTube short. It is the actor Terry Crews. A lot of you may know him. He was talking about getting over a pornography addiction that had, made his life and his relationship with his family very difficult. And it's been something that's going on for a long time. And he talks about an experience in rehab that changed his life. I know this is like probably like coming completely out of left field, but I really want to show you guys this. I talked about this with a friend recently, about what he says here.
In rehab for me is that they told me it was my self-talk. Always, always, always talk good about yourself.
Can you guys hear it all right so far? Okay. I'm going to go back a little bit.
In rehab. But the thing that broke this in rehab for me is that they told me it was my self-talk. Always, always, always talk good about yourself. Always talk positive about yourself. Always tell yourself you can do it. Always be that encourager. And I was like, but that doesn't make sense. You're messing up. You're up and up. The breakthrough was I have a picture of myself at 6 years old. And I looked at that picture of that kid. And I remember I was missing one tooth and the whole thing. And I said, is that kid a bad kid? No, he's 6. He said, at no time ever in your life did you ever stop being that little boy. Ever. That little boy is you. Hey, man. It changed everything. It changed the way I saw everything. And I said, would I ever call him an idiot? Would I ever call this little boy stupid? Never. Never. But then why would I ever call myself that? Why would I talk to myself like that? If this little boy stumbled on a crate of pornography, you'd be like, man, put that down. That's not good for you. Come on. No biggie. Come on, let's go outside and play. You see how, instead, oh man, no, it was like, yo, if this little kid fell down, would you say, man, you too dumb to fall, you dummy, you would say, hey man, come on, get up. If this little kid made a mistake or he didn't know something, you'd be like, listen, let me tell you. I mean, no, it's okay. Let me tell you, you made a mistake. It's okay. Bruh. Oh my goodness. You talking about from rehab, I was like, I've been talking to myself the wrong way my whole life. My whole life. And let me tell you, it's something you don't even get in church, because in church, sometimes you learn to beat yourself down more. And that was the big thing. It was like, yeah, you're bad and you always going to be bad. No, I'm a sinner saved by grace. But God doesn't talk to you like that. You know what I mean? I wouldn't talk to my kids like that. And I realized, man, that was the most powerful thing because I'm still that little boy.
All right. I know that was kind of a little bit of a long clip, but thank you all for watching that with me. That video is, I think, it's so cool. I love it so much. I want to just, I guess, be clear about why I like watched that video with you guys and why that's relevant. Okay. So if a child got frustrated, let's say when you were a child and you got frustrated, if you could go back in time and be with yourself as a child, like, you wouldn't insult yourself. 87% of people here insulted themselves out of frustration. And like, here's the thing. You might not think this is that bad, right? Insulting yourself, to be like, oh, I don't know how other people interpreted this question. Well, I interpret this. If you're saying like, oh, I played really bad that game, I don't think that's insulting yourself. If you say like, oh, I'm such a bad player, like I'm never gonna reach my goal, or I'm such an idiot. Why did I do that? I got hit by the same ledge option like 3 times. I got hit by the same ledge drop, double jump, aerial. I'm so stupid, like that type of stuff. That's so messed up to say that to yourself. Yes, Tansei, I agree. Tansei says, I feel like insulting yourself is one of the biggest hindrances to improvement. Like, you don't have to insult yourself, right? But why do we do it? Why do we insult ourselves when we lose? 87% of people who filled this out insulted themselves. And that's so, just from to take emotions out of it, it's like, it's just not productive feedback. Insulting yourself, it's inherently not productive. Giving yourself feedback isn't an insult. I don't think anyone would interpret it that way. Ethan says, I jokingly insult myself, but I always tell myself that there's always something good about the situation. I love that. Lazy says, because we feel dumb for what we do and vocalizing that feeling. Yeah, that's, the fuck is this song? This Pokemon Village Bridge. Wait, sorry about that. Okay, yeah, that was great. We feel dumb for how we act, or for like what we did. Let's say in game is what I interpret that to mean. But that's okay. Like the video was saying, if you make a mistake, if you made a mistake as a kid, let's say you had a little sibling, and they're 14 years old, they go to their first tournament, and they're pretty good for their age. Going to tournaments, it's really hard, as we all know. But they do about as good as you expect, but they're just like, oh, I'm such an idiot, Like, what would you say to them? Yes? No? You wouldn't say that. The 87% of people said they insulted themselves. I'm assuming you guys probably did this if you've been competing for over a year. A year ago, you probably were still doing this. And let's say you've improved from the last year. What would you say when you improved from when you started out, right? If you we're going back in time, and you heard yourself saying that when you first started out, like, well, I'm so stupid. I don't know anything about this game. Like, really, I want you guys to really actually think about what I'm saying, and I want you to think about this. Would you say that to yourself? I think you absolutely would not. I don't think anyone would say that to themselves. Right? Ethan says, like, if I did something stupid, I would call myself so dog shit, but then think of the things I did wrong and tell myself that I can always do better and I can still get through. I absolutely love that, Ethan. I love that you recognize that you're being really hard on yourself and looking at the situation for what it is, which is optimistically, right? It's very difficult to experience that negativity and that negative self-talk and to reverse that. And so being able to do that is really impressive. And I think the more you do that, the more you're going to develop that skill and it's going to become more of a natural habit. This self-talk thing, this is something that if you guys want to work on this, you're going to have to... This is not limited to Smash. You got to look at the way that you feel about yourself, the way you talk about yourself in all aspects. I know that's a big ask. But you know, if you guys, what I like to say, if any of you guys are talking bad about yourself or insulting yourself, I think you gotta stop. I don't like when you talk about my friends that way. Well, you guys are all my friends, so don't talk about my friends like that. That's disrespectful. Kase says, I think whenever someone reflects on a game or set, they should look at the situation from an outside perspective to gather their emotions / information. Or at least attempt to eliminate, or at least in an attempt to eliminate negative self-talk. Ethan says, to me, you have to realize you were bad so you can improve on it. If I don't just casually brush it off, then I won't learn from it. I am not sure how I feel about that. About what you said about realizing that you were bad so you can improve on it. I don't think you should identify with the label of being bad. I think I know what you're saying. I think you're close. Like, what I believe is close to what you're saying, but not quite. I think instead of saying you have to realize you were bad so you can improve, I think what you should say is that you have to realize that there's room for improvement. I disagree with that perspective. Spicy, which comment are you referencing? Or which of what I said? Yeah. Like you. Okay, this is I feel pretty satisfied with what we just talked about, so we're gonna segue into another big topic. Okay, so if anyone has any last thoughts on self-talk, feel free to comment that. We can still kind of rewind back to that if we really want to, or if we want to talk about it later, then we can. Okay, we're gonna skip ahead to this. When you enter competition, do you typically expect to earn money from it? 50% of people say, no, I'm not realistically expecting to earn prize money. I'm surprised by this. I thought this would be a lot higher. I'm actually kind of questioning. Maybe, I mean, these were really vaguely written answers, but this one is the answer to this question being kinda. It's not unheard of me to win prize money, but there's a typo here. Oh no, it's not a typo. Never mind, my brain showed it wrong. It's not unexpected for me to earn prize money, but it doesn't happen that often. So like, I don't know if like, this is all anonymous, so I don't know who responds to this, but like, most of the community, if you're going to a tournament expecting to win prize money, it's 75%. Expecting? It's like top 3 makes Paragon top 3 makes prize money. At Land King, top 4, maybe top 5. Top 4, it win with like 40 to 50 players. So like, with that in mind, I'm not gonna prescribe a different opinion or perspective to people. I'm not gonna tell you what you think, but like, really, most people are not going to tournaments actually like literally expecting that they're going to get prize money, right? I want someone from the chat to answer this question if this applies to you. Who here, when going to a tournament, like is not expecting to earn prize money? Like that's not. They're not you like who wouldn't be surprised if you left with no prize money, right? Just anyone shout out. I don't want to use you as an example, we'll say. Smash SOC. Alright. Smash SOC was the first one. I'm not sure what your tag is. It looks like it's the same profile picture as the tournament that Cut runs. Okay, it is Cut. Cool. Okay. I'm gonna try to not ask questions that are too intrusive because I don't want to compel you to answer questions that you don't feel comfortable with. Again, I like these mentality things can be kind of sensitive for people. Yeah, I agree. Like, there's about a dozen people who could expect to go get prize money. Anyway, Cut. I want to ask, like, so you're going to a tournament. Let's say you go to Paragon. You're not like expecting to get prize money, which I think makes sense. So why do you go to tournaments? Like, what matters at a tournament? And this is what this next question is about. So you can sort of use this as a set of like options for how you answer, but you can answer your own way. Like, why are you going to a tournament? Socialize and get better at a hobby. Alright. So with that in mind, I don't think I'm going to ask you any questions in particular, which is thank you for answering. I think this is what most people go to tournaments for. I might be grammatically addressing this to you, but I'm not trying to call you out specifically, right? If you're going to a tournament and you're not expecting to get prize money, most people are going to improve. Most people are consistently going to brackets. That's what matters, is improving. At least that's what they say. I would think. I mean that is what they say. 42%. I think there was only one response here. Improving. Or achieving goals, which is improving, I suppose, but also kind of results. We'll just say improving is a big thing, right? Once you finish the tournament, I'm pulling up rankings for some reason. Perhaps we'll see why. I'm gonna find Utah. I don't have it bookmarked yet on this computer. Oh, there's a search. Utah. We're also gonna pull up this bracket. Or a bracket. Ranking. I don't know why I feel the need to like find a specific example for this. I'll just get right into the point I'm trying to make here. Oh, this is the offline registration. All right. For the majority of players, this tournament had 65 entrants, right? Majority of players are going to this tournament and not expecting to get prize money, which makes sense, right? I'm gonna choose. Let's choose Papa Smurf. Why not? Papa Smurf. You know, won a match, lost to Ito. Ito's a really good player. Beat some people and almost made it to top cut, right? So I know that there's this whole website that has your rankings and stuff, but I'm gonna tell you guys a little secret. I'm not just saying this sounds like something that like people might just say, but I truly mean this 100%. Rankings are for 90% of competitors a terrible metric for tracking improvement. It's really bad. It's like one of the worst ways you could track your improvement. It only starts to become like somewhat kind of useful or a reasonable thing to really use to track once you're in like the top 20. And even then, it doesn't really... It relates very loosely to what people's actual skill is. I know that might sound like bullshit that I'm saying only because like I'm PR when I'm active, but like trust me, I think most PR players would agree, right? So if you're going to a tournament, I was ranked low 400 season, B-Fit J-Fly, I was 134. Yeah, especially when you're like outside of the top 50, it's like it means literally nothing. Also, Zach, thank you for joining. I'm really glad you're here. Alright, so yeah, Papa Smurf, like, he had a good run here. Again, I chose someone kind of randomly. And he didn't get prize money, but he probably wasn't expecting to. So, if he, let's say he, like, went 0-2, and he didn't normally go 0-2. Or he got, like, 7th. So still no prize money. Either way, once you leave Land King, none of this is real. This is all just like made up stuff. Not like this. Again, me saying this doesn't just make it true, an emotional reality for everyone. But what you're seeing on the bracket, who you beat, who you lost to, like that shit is not tangible or real. And even like mentally, you remember it if you feel like remembering it, and if you want to associate a bad memory with it, then like that'll hurt you. The only thing you take away from a bracket that you enter is the experience and the lessons that you learned. For people who like care about improving, would you guys agree? If you I'm not trying to just force you to say yes. If you disagree, let me know. I would say for people who care about improving, or like, you know, they're quote unquote serious competitors, like your takeaways from the bracket are not only the most important, but like pretty much the only thing you take away. Right? So if that's the case, oh, not really? Okay. Well, I should say, you also take away like the good times that you had. Your subjective experience of like if it's enjoyable, but like what else are you taking away other than your experience during the bracket? I might be forgetting something. But isn't it an equation that awards points to the winner depending on a ratio that follows the points that... The higher, so Malfunky, just to remind you of what my stance is, I'm not trying to say I disagree. I think the higher you get, rankings can be more useful. Um, but outside of like the top 25, it's like I look at the rankings and I think I have never looked at the rankings and felt like this pretty accurately like reflects the skill of the people. Cut says, I'm an O2er, but I know I've gotten better week by week from what my peers tell me. So what do you do if you're in the top 25? Welcome to the stream, by the way, Ashton. What do you do if you're in the top 25? I'm confused. Are you asking like what you do with the rankings? Even when you're in the top 25, it's still not the most useful metric for tracking improvement. It's like it becomes a useful thing in the long term, as in like, you know, a month and a half or longer basis, but like even then it's not entirely accurate. There's seasons where I feel like I've improved, but my results didn't really reflect it. I want to finish the point of what I was getting to a moment ago, but I can get back to like what I think, because I think it's a very valid question to be like, what should we actually look at for improvement? Yeah, Cut says, you feel like you've gotten better week by week. If you are not like getting prize money, because that can certainly like be a valid reason to like want to place at tournaments, then I would say what matters is your improvement and what lessons you take away. Ideally, we should be able to go to a tournament. Old man, I'm just gonna pick him. It feels like wrong to kind of like point this out randomly. Like, old man went 0-2 at this ranking. If old man learned a lot on Tuesday, then I would consider. I mean, it's easy for me to say because I'm a separate person from him. I would consider this a huge success for him. If I went 0-2 at a tournament, which I went 0-2 recently, and I felt like the tournament was a huge success for me because I feel like I actually learned a lot. So, again, I forgive me for making this this point many times, but I want it to be very clear that I can't just say this. I'm not just going to say like, oh yeah, just don't care about results at all and only care about what you learn, and then you just won't be salty. It's not that simple. I understand. This is very hard to do. Mentality is very hard. But I think we got to ask the question, like, if you guys disagree with the logic of what I said about like what really should matter is what you take away from the bracket, like that is what's most meaningful. If you disagree with that, I'd love to talk about that. I think it's important too. But if we run with that logic, then we can't just not address the elephant in the room of like, why do people get upset then? Or why is this not the case? And we'll talk about this in a sec. I want to read some of the comments here. Zach says, this is why asking for advice is more important than winning, because becoming more conscious of your habits and what to practice outside of the set matters more than what happened in one instant. Yes, I think if you are confused about the match, or if you think there's something that you can do better, like, you should ask for advice. I know it's crazy. I get why people struggle to do that. Understandable. Ethan says, at first, feels like a lucky win, but then those wins don't feel lucky anymore, and you'll realize you're doing better. I think that was in reference to, like, I don't know if you're improving, maybe? So, there's two ways I could describe why people get upset at tournaments when they're not expecting to get prize money. I'm gonna go off this bracket. One thing that could be said is that people either don't just care about improving, and there's other things that they care about that are factoring in quite a bit, which I think is a fair assumption to make. So let's go with that. Mostly because I forget what the other thing I was going to say is. I should really be writing stuff down. Basically, I think a lot of people... Oh, I remember. I think people either have multiple goals, and when one of these other, or things that matter to them, when one of those is frustrated, it can, be frustrating. I think a lot of people also have... This music is kind of not appropriate. This is a little happy, but I want to talk about something kind of serious. I'm just playing like random Pokemon music. Screw it, music doesn't matter. My bad, guys. I'm getting a little distracted. I'm kind of procrastinating because I'm about to talk about something that's kind of difficult. I genuinely feel like I'm gonna need to take a sec to figure out how best to say this. If you can give me a sec. All right. As a disclaimer, once again, I'm going to be talking about I'm going to be making some points that go beyond the scope of what most people think of as, being a competitor. I'm just going to be talking about mental health in general. And I don't want to make people feel called out, or I don't want people to... I don't want to communicate in a way that makes people feel like I am insulting them or speaking outside of what is appropriate. I could clarify more, but I just want you guys to know that, like, if what I'm saying is upsetting or offensive, then you are welcome to tell me either privately or in the chat. Or if you want to talk about this later, I'd be happy to lend an ear and listen to you, and help you work things out. And this is just one person's perspective. I think when people lose, even if consciously they have a certain thing in mind of what they're really wanting to do, like they want to improve or they want to win, even just wanting to win, which I think is usually a strange goal to have. I don't think it's useful. Which is, we could talk more about the difference between improving and winning, like results and improving. We kind of already were there, but we'll go back. I've seen a lot of people, when they experience a disappointing outcome, it activates some very deeply rooted issues, I guess I could say. We talked about self-talk earlier. I think that when people get upset at Smash tournaments, and I've talked to several people and had very personal conversations where they have admitted this, and we've talked it through at length, so this isn't me just making this up. There are people who, when they lose and have a disappointing outcome, it activates some negative pathways in their mind, and their frustration is about things completely unrelated to Smash. Likewise, I think certain people respond in ways that are disrespectful or aggressive after a disappointing outcome, which, I mean, when I say that, I mean losing. I think certain people's frustration is really, I just say, it's usually has very little to do with Smash. The reason why people behave in that way, like the reason why people behave in a lot of ways like that is because they have other emotional issues that they do not know how to handle, and losing can activate certain parts. I mean parts in like the IFS psychology definition of the term. And that's really tricky. Like, I would say I've opened a can of worms, but like it's such a hard topic to like explore, and I can't explore it because I can't totally explore it because I'm not a psychologist. I'm not an expert. TLDR, I think most people's mentality issues are because they have personal issues that they have not dealt with. And what do we do with that? I don't know. What evidence do I have towards that besides, like I said, at least 3 people, more than 3 people have talked to me about this, one-on-one. Whether it's fear of neglect, being really dependent on outward validation, or trivializing the security that you get from how Smash integrates into your lifestyle, or many other things, are just general difficulties with emotional regulation. Like we talked about this earlier. Again, I don't want people to feel like they're bad people. Because it's being in a social setting, being a competitor, being in these situations is really difficult. And these people who have difficulties in managing how they behave, in ways that they, feel embarrassed or ashamed of, like, they're trying. I want everyone to know that we were trying really hard. I feel like a bad person right now. I feel like I'm insulting people when I talk about this. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys. But that's why I want to make it super clear that, like, I know it's really hard. I know that you can feel like a bad person or feel really ashamed of yourself. But I don't want, just like that video that we saw earlier, like, I don't want anyone to beat themselves up for making mistakes that they're genuinely remorseful of. Let's read some comments here. Dixie says, locals are hard to have a good mindset at for me because I don't play a lot of Smash outside of them. I'm trying to do my best at bracket and also learn as much as I can. Focusing on both mindsets can be super hard a lot of the time. I don't think locals being both training and game day at the same time is good for improvement. Spicy says, totally agree. I think it's really hard on your mental when you treat every local like it's Evo. I agree with a lot of that. So, being both training and game day at the same time, like, that can be good or that can be bad if... It depends what game day means. If game day is... Is my mic peaking? It looks like it's peaking over here. But if it's fine for you guys, then don't worry about it. If game day means something really stressful, then that is bad. Expectations are what makes competing hard. If you are expecting to place a certain thing and you fall short of that, and you fail to meet your expectations, it's very understandable why you would not be happy. And there are things that could be said about dealing with falling short of your expectations better, but really, I don't think you need to have expectations. It's kind of crazy for me to just say, like, don't have expectations. What does that even mean? But, like, it comes down to, I guess this is kind of coming back to what we're saying about improvement versus results. So I already did the little check about, like, who's expecting to get prize money at a tournament. Quick question for everyone here. Who's expecting to win their locals that they attend? Anyone? Any local winners over here? So far, no. I don't really imagine there will be. All right, I'm gonna set up a pitch for you guys. If you care about improving, care solely about improving, that's great. Let's say you care most about improving, and that's the most common category, is that people care most about improving. First of all, I think anyone who cares about winning, if you care more about winning than improving, like, forgive the tone that I'm going to use here, but, like, that's just really stupid. I don't even know why you would think that. Okay, now I'm just being an asshole. What I mean is, like, if you just focus on improving, then you'll win more. And I could talk about it more, but for now, like, I guess just take my word for it that caring about winning makes you play worse. Caring about improving makes you play better. That's just kind of the way it is. So, like, yeah, it's just optimal to care less about winning and more about improving. One reason why just being that you don't put pressure on yourself, right? So, if you care most about improving, and you're not going to the tournament expecting to win, then when you're signing up for the bracket, you are signing up to lose 2 sets, right? And you need to make peace with yourself beforehand. Like, I'm going to lose to 2 people tonight. It could be any 2 people who enter. I don't know. But I'm signing up this tournament so that I can lose to 2 people, and that is why you're coming to lose to two sets and win some more, right? That's what the bracket is. So if you think about it like that, right? Losing to 2 people. And what matters most is improving. Then why are we getting upset when we lose? Right? I think it's hard to find a reason to be upset if you're going to improve. And you're not just saying it, but you actually care most about improving. If you actually care most about improving and you're not expecting to win, why are you getting upset? The reason is probably you don't actually care about improving as much as other things. Or you have other mental health issues that are getting activated by you losing. Is what I'm saying making sense? I'm not saying that it's right. But did I lose anyone? I will see people who get upset that they lost. And I'm like, do you feel like you played well? They're like, yeah, I played fine, but I lost to this guy and this guy. Like, okay, well, I mean, playing well doesn't even really matter. What really matters, did you feel like you learned some stuff? Or before I ask that, I'll just ask them slightly differently. I'll say, what did you learn from the bracket? And they'll list like a couple things, and I'll help them talk through what they learned. Afterwards, like, oh, well, you have like 5 different takeaways of what you could improve on, and you feel like you didn't, like, nothing was outside of your control. Like, you played and you just happened to lose, but you got 5 things to improve on. That's a huge success. That's like, you came here exactly what you wanted. You got exactly what you came here for, right? Sucks because you can't immediately try again. Okay, again, this is assuming that people have the approach that I'm talking about of actually caring about improving above all. If you care most about improving above all, Malfunky, why does that suck that you can't try again? The results don't matter. They shouldn't matter. Less time to explore? Yeah, I agree. Bracket sets are different than... Bracket sets are different than playing friendlies. Playing online and all that stuff, right? I think you're right. I would encourage us to approach that with excitement. Like, oh, I can't wait to enter the next bracket. I think I can understand why it'd be a little disappointing. Maybe I'm being invalidating, but like, I don't see why that has to be a huge deal. A perspective you could try to have is that, like, when you lose those 2 sets that you knew you were going to lose 2 sets, then like there's reasons why you lost, right? And maybe if you had a different bracket path, you wouldn't have lost for the same reasons. You wouldn't have learned the same lessons. And so every tournament, because it's different, like, it provides different lessons for you. I think making a habit of being, like, having gratitude for every bracket that you enter, that helped me a lot. After every tournament, I would say, like, I'm really grateful that I was able to go to this tournament and improve. I'm really grateful I was able to go to this tournament and lose and go 0-2, you know. Like I said recently, I went 0-2 and it was like I had a killer time. I learned a lot. Zach says, as an O2er... Oh, Zach said a lot of stuff that I didn't read, so I'm going to go back and read that. Zach says, mental stability largely increases emotional regulation, which predisposes you to a much clearer mindset. Yeah, mental stability, emotional regulation. It doesn't make you a perfect competitor, but it makes you more likely to be better than otherwise. Yes, absolutely. This happened to me excessively up until and during O2 Summit. I sincerely felt like I was letting people down during O2 Summit. Sorry, let me put this over here. And like various other insecurities followed. This was a reason I felt like competition needed to stop being a priority for me. Zach goes on to say, when it comes to expectations, I think it's ideal to not have any, but that it's human nature to desire success and accomplishment. Yes. Thank you for pointing that out again. I don't want people to feel like it's unnatural. A lot of the perspectives or approaches that I feel like aren't the best. Like, a lot of these are very understandable and completely natural. So, like, it's okay. It's just maybe not optimal for enjoyment or for improvement. More important is that you set your expectations not to a specific result, because it's likely, in my experience or perception of others, that the fear of deviating from the result will preoccupy your mind and make you less present in the match. Whenever, like, everyone else in Utah travels out, like all the top players travel to a tournament, and I'm like the top 1 or 2 seed, those are the tournaments where I'm like, I make this mistake so often. I go in the tournament normally having no expectations, but I see that everyone else is like gone. And I'm like, oh, this tournament might be a little easier. Like, I'm definitely going to be shooting for first. Every single time I do terribly. Like, it's so consistent. It's a lesson. Like, I keep falling for it. I keep making that mistake. But last time that happened, I reminded myself about what it had been like in the past, and I, did it better. And I ended up I was a game 10 grands, and I almost won. So I guess last time I did that, I improved. Zach says, expectations make you more prone to a results-based goal instead of focusing on learning from mistakes. Yes. The biggest challenge that bad players have is not fixing mistakes, but recognizing what the mistake is in the first place. Yes. Holy shit. Absolutely. That's fire. I give you 5 big booms for that. Yeah. How do you guys feel about going over some of the open response things now? We've already been doing this for a while, but I'm here for it. And so, yeah, I went through some of this, and I don't really understand why. Some people really misunderstood what I was talking about, and I don't really get how, because I felt like it was pretty self-explanatory. Some people also, because this was a mandatory thing, some people didn't have a question, so they just put like a dot or something, and that's totally fine. But we're going to start looking at this. Oh, and maybe a bit of a hot take, but I don't think results-based goals are actually bad as long as you can avoid attaching your self-worth to succeeding at those goals. Yes. Yeah, so attaching your self-worth, some people might interpret this to mean the same thing. Some people might interpret this to mean something slightly different. But let's also just say, like, if you miss a goal, you don't have to be upset. It's natural to be upset, but, like, if you're setting goals ask yourself, like, if I fail this goal, am I gonna be like upset? And if the answer is honestly yes, then I don't think that goal is serving you. It's only putting pressure on yourself, which is just not necessary. Um, like, pressure is all in one's own head. So, we're gonna start getting some open response stuff. Someone says, I've noticed that a big part of the reason why I play is out of want for validation and approval. How do I deal with this? Yeah, by the way, I'd love for everyone to like share their perspectives if they'd like. I'm gonna think about this one for a sec, and I'll answer. This might be a bad answer. If I'm just thinking of this as like someone who wants people to think that they're good at the game, or to be like, for people to think they're cool or something. Okay, this is something I wanted to talk about for a while. I think people. I'm biased. For sure. I think people look at so-called top-level players within their state, and they see that they typically have an easier time socializing in some ways than other people. And they think that people are just like, oh, this player's really good, and I like have a lot of respect for them because they're really good. I don't really think that's the case. Not to the extent that some people sort of imagine it. I don't want to be invalidating to like some people's experiences, but like, yeah, Bixie Balloons, Malfunky says it's the whole quote, results dictate who you can talk to thing. If I'm being an asshole, if I'm being invalidating, or if I'm delusional, please let me know. I don't think this is what it's like at all. I think the reason why top players talk to other top players is because a lot of top players are lacking in a lot of things to talk about other than the game, or they really enjoy talking about the game at a really high level, and so when they can talk about the game with other people who understand the game at that level, it's not a respect thing. It's just like, oh, me and this person have similar interests or similar understanding, similar perspectives. Like in terms of gameplay, I am more alike to someone who is like top 10 in state to someone who is, brand new. Now, I think people let me make it clear that I think there's more of a push for people to talk about the game with top level players. Like, there's more of a reason for someone just starting out to like want to hear what a top level player has to say than a top level player wanting to hear what a low level player has to say about their perspectives on the game. But yeah, the other thing I was going to say that Malfunky mentioned is that it's partially because they are already prominent in the community. Yeah, I've been going to tournaments, like I said, since before Ultimate came out. I've been going to tournaments for over... I've been going to tournaments for almost 7 years. Next month it'll be 7 years. A lot of who I associate with is people who I have known for a long time, and typically people who have been around for that long. um, you know, are also tend to be better. I think that everyone, especially like top level players, could do better to socialize and make it seem more welcoming because like um, top players, specifically given the label of PR, it's like you do, whether you like it or not, sort of act as a figurehead. So I think we should like keep that in mind and make an effort. I feel like I make an effort to socialize with new people all the time. Um, I don't think most people do, but I mean a lot of people are really shy, uh, which is understandable. Even besides just being able to relate to talking about the game, a lot of people don't consider the fact that like PR players play each other way more than they play anyone else because like once you get into the top 8, it's mostly people who've already been there. Like I've played Splash like maybe like 100 times at this point. There's people who have been going to the same tournaments for years that I've played twice. So there's that. Sorry, that's a really long answer. Kind of talking about a whole different thing. But wanting validation and approval, this is kind of it's a very different response to what I've responded to other people for. Very different type of response, but like, I don't really think you're gonna get validation or approval from like winning at tournaments. People will congratulate you. I mean, approval, you could say, perhaps, because they're congratulating you and they're saying like, good job. You get acknowledgement, but like, I don't really think people like you more. I think any perception that people like you more if you do better is just misinformed. And it sucks. I want to take this question seriously because I think a lot of people are chasing this sort of validation when it's not really there. I have more to say, but I'll read some comments. Zach says, regarding validation and approval, first thing I think about is trying to identify what makes you desire validation. Think about why you compete in the first place. Do you want to be good at Smash Bros, or have you attributed doing well at competitions to getting attention, / being validated as a person? Sometimes it's both, but I'd recommend therapy to try and separate it from the desire of validation. Big takeaway, seek validation and approval separately from competition. Yes. Cut. This comment right here is very true. There are, I'm not going to say names, obviously, but there are top players that, we'll just say aren't very popular. I mean, we gotta acknowledge, like, if you go to a tournament, that you've never been to before, and you see a player that you recognize as like a top player, it's understandable you'd have a certain attribution of social status to them, but like, I don't think that's real. I think Zach's response is a lot better than mine, by the way. I feel like I could have provided a more serious response. I'll say there's a couple people who asked this type of question as well. Validation, approval. The other side to this, beyond people just imagining people like them, imagining stuff that's just not really there. Certain people have been disrespected and said that they're not good. And that can hurt some feelings if you try really hard to be good. And some people, I mean this, like, genuinely, some people haven't really gotten the chance to, like, feel good at something yet. And so they just want to do that because they felt kind of overlooked in their lives because they haven't really been good at stuff. And that's hard. Like, it's hard to feel like you're not really good at stuff in general. Spicy says, I think a bigger problem is how people are treated based on their character / playstyle. That's kind of what this is about, but also there are some other questions talking about character hate. We'll definitely get to that. So we can move on from this now. But if people want to go back to like talk about stuff, feel free to, make any replies. Don't look up to top players as role models or people who aren't supposed to talk to. There's regular people too. Yes. Top players should be better at being extra friendly. I think it is, regardless of whether you signed up for it, I think it's kind of a responsibility. It's something that we should do. Say we. I'm washed now. I think people would still consider me a top player, even though I'm not really playing my main anymore. What can you do when you feel like you get mad at anyone who beats you, regardless of skill? For this one, I think you just, if you're like looking just for the open response questions to the response of this, like in the VOD, you might need to go back and see what we talked about earlier. But like, this might make you kind of uncomfortable. But like, I think this is so much more of a mental health issue than something that could be confined to just talking about esports. I think you should consider kind of coming out of nowhere, but like I think therapy is really good for something like this. So talking about this with a therapist can help a lot. Do like motivational interviewing in general. Trying to figure out what you're actually mad about, specifically what your focus is, and if you actually want to improve. And then practice restraining yourself when you want to react. And think, like, why am I mad? And just keep trying that. It's going to be difficult. It's hard to do that, I understand, but I think that's the best way to go about it. What topics should I ask when looking for advice? This is like not necessarily a mentality thing, but we should still talk about it quickly. And so it's not gonna lie, I think 99% of your mentality issues come from attaching your self-worth to how you do in-game, thus deriving self-worth from being better than your opponents. Absolutely. Yeah. I really should have talked more about that. Part of what makes the game... I kind of actually mentioned this a little bit. There are some people who get upset when they have a disappointing outcome because they identify themselves with being good at Smash as, like, sometimes one of the only things that they like about themselves. Which is fucking hard. Like, that's heavy. It's understandable when that security, or satiety, maybe, of your insecurity, temporarily, of course, when that's disrupted, it can sort of expose your insecurities to your mind, and it's like if this one thing that I feel that I like about myself is going wrong, then you don't really have self-love to fall back on, then it's gonna be hard. This is another one of the things I wanted to really say. Should have mentioned it earlier. Smash is a single-player game. Being a competitor is a single-player pursuit. I think that is the best way to look at things. This is singles, by the way. You thinking of it as playing against an opponent is like not really the best way. It's not the simplest way to attach a healthy sense of self-worth. Your opponent is who you were the day before. The only person you should be comparing yourself to is, yourself. And if you fall short, or you even feel like you're starting to play worse than normal, then just like what we saw in that Terry Crews interview clip that we watched, like you don't have to beat yourself up. And learning how to be okay with yourself when you mess up and encourage yourself, like Smash is just it's you against you. It's a journey of self-improvement. Topics you should ask when looking for advice. I hope that I'm not like too sassy when I do this. Whenever someone asks me after set any advice, I ask them any questions. Yeah, I admit that that might be a little sassy of a response. But what I mean is like, if you ask specific questions, you will get better answers. And a lot of people may or may not know that, but the question is still like, how do I figure out what questions to ask? What you can just say is, let's say I lose to you, the viewer, you at home. If I just lose to you in tournament, what I would say to you is, I'm unsure what to ask, I say, I was wondering if you could help me figure out some takeaways from that match. I'm not really sure what was going on. I feel like in neutral, when I was trying to approach, it seemed like I was never really moving in the right way. And so you're always responding to like the movement, but I was just never in the right spot. And I don't really know why or what. So what I just said there as an example, like I'm confused. I don't know what's going wrong. I know what's going wrong. It's like when I'm approaching, there's something with the positioning game that's just like completely beyond my head. Like I just don't understand what's going on, but I understand where the problem is. So even if you can't really point to what the problem is in a specific way, if you can just elaborate to your opponent, like, this is where I felt like stuff was going wrong. Don't just say, oh, I felt like I was getting ledge trapped. You'll elaborate, like, I feel like my neutral get-ups were, like, not really getting punished, but when I neutral get-upped afterwards, I just felt like completely trapped. So I would like try to jump, but then that would get stuffed out. Like, is there an issue with, or is there something I could be doing with my timing differently, or a different way that I could be like playing from the corner? You don't have to just say, I mean, really, I kind of am saying specific things, but take the approach of just say what you're confused about. A lot of people think they have to have something precise, but you could just kind of ramble, and that's a good start. And instead of just asking for an answer, try to frame the conversation as asking for them to help you work through it, because then you're collaborating. It's not like a call and response. It's a collaboration, and that's what I find is the most productive when I'm giving people advice, is when we get into that rhythm of we're collaborating on this problem instead of me teaching them like a seminar, So this is a really good question. How to accept your Smash main's gimmicks and ignore your opponent's frustrations. So I'm going to take this to mean like character hate. This is one I would really love to hear what other people say about this, because the way I have dealt with this is different than some other people. And I will admit it is perhaps not the best or most healthy or most universally applicable. As you know, I used to main Steve. I started with Pac-Man, which some people hate, but in Utah a lot of people seem to think is cool. When Steve came out, he was my most wanted character, so I made Steve and practiced him throughout COVID, and I got PR with Steve. I got a lot of character hate. Not trying to like, you know, I mean, I guess I kind of am trying to make myself the victim here. I had people tell me to kill myself. I had people harass me outside of tournaments, like send me stuff. Uh, there was several people who behaved in ways that I feel like should have. I'm surprised they weren't banned. People should have been banned for how they treated me, and they weren't. This is a long time ago. Nowadays, that stuff is taken care of a lot better. So, I dealt with a lot of character hate. I might get in trouble for this. Definitely not. I'm joking. But whoever sent this question, I'm assuming this doesn't apply to you. I have met a lot of people who play characters that people really hate. You know the ones, Steve, Kazuya, Min, Sonic, Rob, Game & Watch, Bayo, really any character. Those are just some of the common ones. Right? I've seen people who play characters and they get hate for it, and people are disrespectful to them, and people are not nice. And that's not okay. I've also seen those same people be just complete assholes. I've seen many people who get character hate who are just a dick. And they're just unkind, and people don't like them. Again, I'm assuming whoever sent this question, this doesn't apply to you. My experience of character hate is that these people who were really hating me, almost all the time, it was people who it only happened at tournaments, like during the match. You know, people didn't harass me outside of that too much. There's like one time that happened. Pretty crazy. But these people, I was nice to them, and they were nice to me outside of that. Now, I can't really change them. I tried to report them. The PR Council had people who are not on it now, or the code of conduct thing. I don't want to, cause any drama with that. It's completely different people on it now, though. But like, what I realized is that in general, people really liked me, and I still think in general people do like me. I played Brawler. I got some character hate, not as much as Steve, sure. But, it's not gonna fix it, but I want you to recognize, like, if you are a nice person, then character hate will not make people dislike you. And if it for some reason does, then that person is an asshole, and you should not care what they think. So the thing that I think is not the most healthy way to do it, perhaps, but it's the way that worked really well for me, is I learned to enjoy when people got frustrated when they played against me. It's something I genuinely miss about playing Steve, because it felt like I was doing well, like I was doing my job by making my opponent frustrated. And that's a skill that I developed, is like making people upset. Because I played Steve, as any character I'm playing, I feel like I'm very good at playing against my opponent when I feel them getting angry, or when they're getting frustrated in various types of ways. I can pick up on that super well. So you're developing a really useful skill by being hated for your character. There are some people also who dropped Steve and other characters because of like how they were treated. And they're treated terribly, and it's not okay. Yes, the VOD will be saved, Lenny. I didn't know you're here, but I am glad to see that you were here. Yeah, the VOD, it will be saved, so it is all good to go. It should be. That's something I would set on my Twitch settings, not my OBS settings, right? I'm just gonna double check. yeah, if anyone wants to talk about any of this stuff with me or anything else, you guys can always reach out. Okay, yeah, VODs will be saved. So, yeah, learning to just enjoy when your opponents are frustrated. It can help to like talk to your friends and let them know. Sorry, I'm eating peppermint. I don't know if that makes me speak less clearly. My bad. Ask your friends to be supportive of you, so when you win and people are frustrated, they can be there to support you, and that can help out a lot. And if you guys want me to, if you don't feel comfortable confronting people who are disrespectful to you, you can reach out to the Code of Conduct panel, or you can just talk to me, and I'm totally down to confront anyone about being disrespectful. You know, I'm here for you guys. With the frustrations thing, we gotta be very serious. Like, people's frustrations are not about you. They're frustrated. If people are frustrated in a way that you can notice, the problem is that this person is immature. Sorry, that was a little too far. I take that back. I apologize. This person is not regulating their emotions as well as they should. So I'm really sorry that this happens. But as a vague answer, I could just say embracing it is the way to go. If you want to talk about that more directly with me, I might be able to provide better insight. But people deal with this very differently, which is why some of the advice is kind of vague. Alright. How do I find games against high-level opponents or coaches without messing up people's friend groups at night? I want to get better, but analysis is only taking me so far, and there are huge gaps I can't even see. Okay, so this isn't necessarily a mentality question, but this is a quick one to answer. You can just ask people if they want to play games. That's advice that a lot of people will get, but then they'll ask a top player if they want to play some friendlies, and then they won't. And they feel like, oh, they're just discouraged by that. The way to do that is talk to someone earlier in the evening and say, hey, I really would love to work on this thing. I'd love to play some games against you. Could we plan on playing some games later? And they'd be happy to help. Sometimes people will ask me to play friendlies. Me personally, it's just kind of a thing I do. I don't play friendlies during bracket. I feel like kind of throws me off because I treat friendlies and bracket matches very differently, which I think is the right way for most people to do things, by the way. So sometimes I deny that just because I just don't play friendlies while I'm in bracket, but afterwards I'd love to play, and then by the time my match is over, by the time my tournament run is over, sometimes those people are already gone, which is unfortunate. So trying to schedule or just in advance say, hey, let's plan on playing games later. It would really help me out. Zach says, gotta mention, Mac, this is a great stream and I really respect what you're doing. Learned a lot. We have similar conversations. Hope so much for the stream. Thank you, Zach. I really appreciate it. Ant says, we play secretly awesome for this too. Maybe. I don't know if I'd wish that on my worst enemy, but go for it. More times than not, when people ask for games later in the night, they just end up leaving before I get a chance to. When people ask you, or you when you ask people? Oh, when people ask you for games, they just end up leaving. I'm well, then to add on to this question here, lets people know like, hey, I'm gonna be leaving around like 10 o'clock. Like I typically stay at tournaments pretty late, but say like, oh, I'm planning on leaving around 10 o'clock. Like, do you want to play then, or just realize it might be if people are like going right into a redemption or they already have other people to play it against. You know, it's kind of just a simple scheduling thing. Like, just collaborate on that, but don't be afraid to figure out in advance what and when to do, and it will help people be more motivated to seek you out to like, you know, make good on that promise. If you, oh, sorry, I need to scroll down more so you guys can see this. So my face, I'll move my face cam over actually. Boom, boom. Hello? Well, that doesn't work. Now I'm kind of looking into the wall. I'll just be better. Sorry, my brain is really jumbled right now. Let's go through more of these. Yeah. How do outside of the game factors affect mentality? This is a question I sort of glanced over all these earlier. I'm not really sure what you mean. Here's what I'll say. If you're going through a crisis in your life, you lost your job, going through a breakup, some troubles with your family, like, it can make it harder to regulate your emotions, and that's understandable. I mean, mentality is like outside of the game. Oh, another thing I'll just reiterate is, once again, like a lot of mentality issues are just mental health issues that manifest in a video game competition. So, strategies to enter flow state. Ego death. Ego death is a complete loss of subjective self-identity. The term is used in various entertainment contexts. Okay, sorry, I was reading more of the Wikipedia definition. Ego death. So ego, in the psychological definition, psychology definition, is here we go. Your awareness of yourself and how you relate to your situation is one way that you could say it. So, to enter flow state, you have to achieve a loss of ego, which means that when you are in flow, when you're not in flow state, you're thinking like, you know, oh man, last time we played, like this happened, or last talk, so like, I'm gonna like adapt in this way, and you know, I really hope I can win this set, and like, oh, I keep doing this and that, like using the word I. If you're thinking using the word I, you're not in flow state. When I've entered flow state, my thoughts almost don't have words. It's not, I mean, yeah, my thoughts aren't language. My thoughts are just happening. It's like my brain is just doing the game. So when you get anxious, when your emotions are controlling you and controlling your attention is on something other than the task. Yeah, noise cancellation headphones, that's also good, because when you're in flow state, you're not consciously aware of the fact that you are sitting at a chair next to another sweaty guy in front of a monitor, and the TO is calling out for redemption signups. Like, your awareness is not at all outside of the game. So to do this, graph. Okay. Here it is. So user capability and the task difficulty. This might be a better one. So yeah, if you are really skilled, if you're too skilled for your challenge that you're faced with, then you're just gonna feel kind of relaxed and confident, and you don't really need flow state, right? And this is relative skill for like your abilities that you, like how good you are playing on that day, right? It's not like you need to be as good as MKLeo to reach flow state. If your challenge is really high and you feel like you are not really playing at a level where you could, like you're playing pretty bad, we'll say, you're gonna be anxious and it's really stressful, right? Feels like stuff's kind of falling apart. But if you feel like the challenge is difficult, but you are playing well, then you can enter into the flow state easier. You still need the ego death. The ego death is still important. So these are the two requirements. It's the challenge meeting your relative skill, and ego death is really the most important thing, but like they're both factors. So yeah, there we go. Just saying normal state is thinking about things in which they pertain to you. Yes. Yeah, ego, like your thoughts aren't really formed in a way that relates to you. And for me, they don't, at least, maybe I just don't remember it. My thoughts, my experience doesn't, I forget I exist. That's flow state, you forget you exist. How do you learn to enjoy practice? Have a specific goal in mind. Practice for less time. You don't have to practice for a long time. Practicing 5 minutes a day is amazing. I'd say it's more important to practice. Practicing for 2 minutes every day will do more for you than practicing for 20 minutes one day. Like, if you practice on Sunday for 20 minutes, it won't be as effective as practicing for 2 minutes every day. Big C Likes Balloon says, also, you don't have to enjoy practice, just motivated. That's another thing. I agree and I disagree. You don't have to practice. You could just not practice if you really don't want to. If you really want to improve as much as you can, then you will be motivated to practice. And you can survive just off discipline, but finding, if you are motivated and you can enjoy practice, you don't have to do discipline. Discipline is like inherently an exercise of willpower. So using your willpower is like difficult, shockingly. This is another thing, ego depletion. Ego depletion, also known as ego depletion effect, is a psychological phenomenon that suggests willpower is a limited resource. Think of willpower as, you know, it's a resource that's limited. That's why it says that right there. Specifically, it proposes that exerting self-control on one task can weaken the ability to exert self-control on a subsequent, often unrelated task. This concept has been the subject of extensive... Okay, sorry, I keep reading that. The AI overview. Thank you. What that means is that if you can make certain things not an act of willpower, then it'll... Yeah, it'll be easier, but it'll help your life more. Even if you can make most parts of your practice fun and like you don't have to endure a lot of ego depletion, you can, use discipline for like the little bit that's not fun. Um, Building habits helps that have less of a impact on your willpower. But enjoying practice, I'd say, like, sum it up. Uh, do it for less time. Know why you're doing it and know what you're gonna do. Um, and have lower expectations. Have really easy standards of what a successful practice session is. Again, 2 minutes a day is awesome. I love it. How can I improve on really focusing on sets during multiple hours? I've been competing for 2 years, but it feels like after the first 2 sets, feel very slow and I start to mess up basic tech. A couple things. One, something that helped me with this is treat every single opponent like treat every opponent the same. So if, let's say, your round one opponent is not someone that's very likely you're going to lose to, don't go easy on them, ever. Treat everyone like with maximum effort, basically. Two things this does. One, you're a lot less likely to get upset, which is why, like, again, when I'm playing my main and stuff, like, I'm a very consistent player. So use your mental effort as the same as you would for every opponent. It'll help you get upset less, but most importantly, you are teaching yourself to exert effort without having to put yourself in a situation where it's very demanding. So it's like there's someone you can, most players I can beat by just autopilot. If I'm being perfectly honest, most players in Utah I can beat by autopiloting. No disrespect. But don't do that. Think and beat them as best you can. Do as best you can. Learn from it as much as you can. And you're just developing your stamina, because you're becoming more efficient at thinking. Think of it like this, right? If you are exerting 95% of your maximum effort, like you're thinking as hard as you can, if MKLeo is also playing and he's thinking 95%, is he thinking harder than you? I don't think so. I think he's thinking better than you. But he's putting in the same effort. However, through repetition, his brain is a lot more efficient at interpreting information. The types of concepts that you and I have to think about very hard to take in during a match is already been integrated into MKLeo's autopilot. So if you are exploring a new topic, and this is something really important to do in friendlies, it's like play on the edge of your understanding. Play beyond your understanding, really. You kind of walk that line. And as you do that, you'll gradually those concepts that you have to put a lot of mental effort into will gradually be incorporated into your autopilot. And then you'll move on to the next thing. So that's kind of a separate point. But yeah, to be able to focus for multiple hours, it's a repetition of just like, if you want to be able to run for several hours, you got to run. And right now it seems like you might be kind of doing sprints. You know what? My advice here is really bad, actually. I just noticed it says after the first 2 sets, it feels exhausting. I guess I'll defer to Ant's advice then. Still do what I said, I guess, but lock in during friendlies. Malfunky says maybe not maximum effort, but still take the match seriously. I disagree. I think you should put in max effort. I think in the short term you might do worse. I mean, know about that. But yeah, just maximum effort, I'd say, on every match. I don't see any reason not to. Unless you're like, yeah, I mean, realistically, there's not a common reason to not do that. Yeah, long friendly sessions. Another thing I'll say, get 9 hours of sleep a night before a tournament. See how that works. Eat some low glycemic carbs that will won't have a really sharp impact on your blood sugar. Protein and fiber will help you be satiated, which can help with that focus. Meditate a lot. Meditate often. Before your sets, during tournaments, you can meditate. I used to have a habit of meditating before every tournament. I still do that like every major. I meditate for like 15 minutes. If you want to hear about a meditation technique that I think works particularly well for like Smash tournaments, then just shoot me a message and I can explain that. I'm no longer interested in pursuing competitive games, as I feel like my interests have leaned casual, but I'm curious about a few things. One, what is the most common bad counterintuitive habit you've noticed in players who want to / say they'd like to get better at Smash? It's negative self-talk. Yeah. A few things I'd say: negative self-talk and having expectations. They don't really help. Goals are different. I think the way most people set goals are kind of bad. But so goals can be good. Goals can be great. Expectations are very not helpful. So yeah, having expectations at all, dismissing accountability is also a big one, and then negative self-talk is the biggest. To focus on what happens during the match rather than only focus on the outcome. I mean, I think something. This is a weird one. I would say you kind of have to, going back to the earlier stuff, like care less about the outcome. Learn to just not care about the outcome, and you won't focus on it if you don't care. And then what I can also say is having a game plan that you say to yourself going into it. Oh, sorry, I'm covering the screen a little bit. Keep doing that. Yeah, so having a game plan going into it. And going back to that game plan can help. Yeah, it's a tricky one, but I think those two help. Building mental in games is super difficult, as I have perceived idea for how I like a game to be played. When something strays from that, I get super frustrated. I learn to get over it with time, but at the beginning, it's hard. I would say the approach that I would take in this situation is you gotta. When I used the phrasing earlier, like framing a conversation, and what that means is if you're having a conversation with someone, you are framing it by saying this is what the conversation is going to be about, and this is why we're having this conversation, and this is how I'd like this conversation to go. So if you're having an important conversation with someone, that's like a good way to do it, to make sure that you communicate properly. I think you should be framing each game and each tournament properly for yourself, which would look like, I have this idea and I'm coming to this tournament to have that be disrupted and to exist in that discomfort. And after the match, to build the habit, you need to be grateful and congratulate yourself. Like, I'm really glad that I was like taking note of how this kind of strayed from my idea. So when stuff gets wacky, like tell yourself that's exactly why you're there. It's for those ideas to get frustrated and for things to confuse you. Focusing before a set to hold on. I guess this is just talking about like a topic. Focus before a set for a game plan. We talked about this a little bit, but like, what should a game plan what was the word I was going to use there? What should it consist of? Game plan should consist of what positions are strong for you, what positions are weak for you, what options you feel are deadly at which percents, and which plays are riskier than they might normally be against other players or characters, and which ones might be more reliable or you might have to rely on more. Making a game plan when you're not very knowledgeable on how the game really works at a competitive level can be really hard. So asking, you know what I'd actually say for this, ask other people who are better at the game to help you make game plans. Or they don't have to be better, but people who are very experienced at the game. I've had a lot of people come up and ask me like, hey, I'm playing this player. Do you have a game plan for me? And we'll talk it out. Yeah. How do you handle playing against specific characters you don't really like? I think this is a hard one to really get an answer to. The best thing I can come up with right now is like, it's kind of a lame answer. I think you need to make peace with it and understand like, if I want to be a competitor, then my job is to learn how to fight Sora. No, my job is to learn how to fight Steve. I think a lot of people missed the memo on that last one because people refused to learn how to fight Steve. I had to throw that one in there, but now this I know this might sound like you might have been hoping for a better answer, but Kazuya is part of the game that you play and that you love to compete in, and like that's kind of the cost of doing business. Is that you might play against these characters. I don't know. That's kind of all I got, to be honest. Also, try to figure out why you don't like fighting them, and then that might help you take an approach to learn how to, find a better way to do it in a way that you like. Conversations in neutral, I don't know what this one is talking about at all. Sorry. What are ways that you find help reduce frustration, anger at the game with friends without ignoring their free? Okay, so I'm assuming this is talking about how to help like when your friends are getting salty. I think learning to become a good listener is what you got to do here, or a better listener, and really going for it. Let your friends be frustrated. Don't excuse any actions that are like disrespectful, but ask them how they feel about it, and then this is not something you can in the moment really fix. But afterwards, like another time when they've calmed down after you've really listened to them, um, just talk to them like, you know, is there anything I can do to like help you when you're feeling salty? Um, if that anger is directed at you, then I think you need to be assertive and tell them like it is not okay for you to communicate to me that way, and I feel uncomfortable when you do that. And if you talk to me this way, then I am not going to, spend time with you. So just saying that boundary. Oh yeah, Zach, that's a good point. Zach says 90% of the time, frustrated people won't know how to answer the question of how can I help. The point is not just for them to answer it. The point is for them to know that you are there for them. I would also say, like, talk to your friends about their mental health. That's probably the most important thing, honestly. Talk to them about their mental health and help them, like, collaborate with them on plans to improve their, like, how they express frustration. Oh, here we go. This is a long one. I like it. What are your thoughts on being able to navigate around being taken out of the zone while still being able to socialize and actively have fun at tournaments? Okay, let me make sure I'm paying attention. So you don't want to stay in the zone, but you want to be able to socialize. Socialize, pay for fun friendlies. Like I need to exclude one or the other in order to get the most out of whichever part has the day. Just want to have fun. I mean, I answered this part of this earlier. I don't play friendlies while I'm in bracket. I feel bad like asking or suggesting that you do that. For me, it does take me out of the headspace that I want to be in. For me, talking during bracket doesn't really get me out of the zone. If you're being in the zone is fueled by like really intense emotions, which it shouldn't be. Not really intense emotions necessarily, but like if it's fueled by anything other than just wanting to improve, then it can change with your mood. But my mood doesn't have anything to do with my zone. My zone is my intentions, and my habits of playing in the game. For me, like playing friendlies, I could elaborate on this more, but I think it's just not worth the time right now. Maybe another time, but like it's I play differently in friendlies than I do in bracket. I take different approaches. Short answer is I just experiment in friendlies as much as is reasonable, and I do not do that in bracket. Yeah, that's probably the best way to do that is like try to be exact about where those boundaries lie before it takes you out of your zone. Or take some time before you play your match. Like if you do talk with your friends, or if you do still play friendlies. If you're supposed to play your match in like 5 minutes, just like step away and meditate for a sec to get back into the zone. Like figure out what gets you into the zone can help you get back into it when you get out of it. This person suggested the topic of patience and taking a loss as a learning experience instead of anger and self-discouragement. This is kind of just... I can't really tread on this one. Can't really tread on new territory with this one because this is a lot of what we already talked about. be really honest with yourself about what you actually care about. Because either you have some mental health issues that uh, like make you angry, um, or you don't actually care about improvement as much as you think you do, or you care about something else more, which is wrong. And yeah, don't tie your self worth to it, which is what I mean by mental health issues. What kind of things are the biggest reason low level players are held back from doing better? Uh, this is a very convenient answer, but mentality as a general answer. How far should someone have to go to improve their results? Someone shouldn't have to go anywhere to improve their results. You don't have to improve your results. You don't have to win. You don't have to improve. You don't have to want to do anything. And you should only go as far as you want to. Like, when I was a lot younger, I had goals of wanting to be really, really good at the game. And then after some time growing up and some changes in the way I viewed the world and my life and myself, I realized I want to get good, but like not like only to a certain extent. I don't want to put I could put in effort to try to become like a worldwide top player, but I don't want to. Nowadays, I don't really care that much. I don't really care about doing good in Utah tournaments. I'm just having fun lately. But yeah, like everyone likes the idea of being a top player, but if you tell them like, okay, to be a top player, what you should be doing is this, practice this way, connect with people in this way, travel this way, dedicate this much time. Like this is what you should be doing if you really want to become a top player. Most people are going to say, no, I'm good. And you have to accept that. And it's fine to accept that. Like I've accepted it and it's worked out pretty well for me. Yeah, you shouldn't have to go. It's like not how far should someone have to go. It's like that's not really the point. So going back to the first part, the biggest reason the low players are held back from doing better, mentality and experience are the biggest ones. Having a better mentality, that's the lame answer, but like, starting a year before you did, or just playing more. Those are the biggest reasons. How would I push my drive for improvement without losing enjoyment for the game? The more I focus on practicing and performing well in bracket, the worse I feel when brackets go poorly and the easier I get burned out. Or the less I practice, the more I focus on just having fun at tournaments, the better my mentality, but I never really get better. Finding the middle ground seems impossible for me. Alright, whoever's in the chat listening, I want to hear your answer for this question. I know my answer for this question. I definitely know my answer. As a hint, it's kind of what we were talking about in the last question. It says, stop practicing because you want to win and start practicing because you enjoy the game. Motherfucker says, I just like the game. I don't force myself to. If I didn't, I wouldn't play it. And Oa says, improvement is king, and that's the fun part of competing. Then celebrating the victories? I don't understand. So this person says, the more I focus on practicing and performing well in brackets, the worse I feel when brackets go poorly, and they will go poorly. You feel burned out of the game that you seem to enjoy. Well, the less I practice and the more I focus on just having fun, the better my mentality, but I never really get better. My answer. One moment. I have the most dramatic effect possible on this. I don't think you should be competing. You might want to quit the game. I'm kind of kidding. But really, I'm mostly not kidding. It just feels like a funny thing to say, but I don't think this person, unless I'm misunderstanding something, I don't think this person should be competing. Or, sorry, you can go to tournaments. Going to tournaments is not like competing. If you don't care about improvement, what I mean is, don't improve. What's so wrong with that? What's so wrong with not improving? You don't have to go to tournaments to improve. And you might improve naturally, but also not, drive to improve. I haven't VOD reviewed or practiced in training mode in over a year, and I've still improved. Just from going to tournaments. A year and a half, maybe. I haven't practiced Smash intentionally in such a long time. And that's okay. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I would say don't try to improve. I feel weird saying that. It feels like a joke, and I'm kind of like, almost like phrasing it like it is, but I'm serious. I think they need to learn how to have fun while practicing. Game while playing consciously. Be better at practicing intentionally too, but still get better at just essentially playing and talking about the game. Yeah, like, and make sure if you go this path of like no longer trying to force like intentional improvement exercises like practicing and VOD review and stuff. If you're doing that, then don't expect improvement. Improvement could happen, and if it does, then cool, but it might not, and that's okay. So like, if this is an unsatisfying answer, then please let me know, but I feel like that's what I got. I don't know where else to put this. Oh, this is not a... Do you think people should keep attending tournaments sometimes they don't feel motivated to play the game? No. If you don't feel motivated, another way of saying that is you don't want to play the game. So don't. I know it's... I don't want to sound like I'm... Sorry, I keep stuttering. I know it's hard for people to see themselves letting go of Smash. And I'm not implying that you're childish if that's the case. I know society kind of, has a stigma around playing games, but like it's an important part of it's an important part of my life as well as many others. I know it's hard to imagine like letting go of that. But from my experience, like if you really focus on yourself, you can separate from the game more and be okay. Me trying to compete in the way that I used to, like going to tournaments, going to majors, and like be trying to improve. I wasn't having fun just like going to locals and trying to like improve maximally lately. And when I tried in like March, I think, when Splash Day happened, to like get back into the broad scale competition of like playing people out of state, it just reminded me of like last time I tried, which like was a really one of the worst mental health weeks of my life when I went to Supernova. And so yeah, it just like really fucking sucked. And so like I was really scared. I made a tweet about it. I was like, I feel super scared and sad that I can't enjoy this anymore in the same way. But I've just taken a different approach now, and it doesn't look terribly different, but it feels different, and I've been having a great time. So even when I took breaks, it's like I was having more fun. So it could be an adjustment for sure. Like if Smash is a part of your lifestyle, then it could be an adjustment to do it less or not as much. But like, it's a leap of faith in a way. Seriously sounds like if you get too frustrated when trying to improve and stop loving the game when you're getting better, you're likely to fizzle out and stop competing when the love dies. Yeah. Zach is right. How is the best way to train your mentality to deal with pressure / nerves / self-doubt? I've learned that they are always there, but the more I've competed... Okay, first of all, they may happen to always be there for you, but that is not a forever conclusion. Things can change. It's not always going to be there. That's what I'm saying. The more I focus on improving, the more it's become background noise I can ignore. They still are there, and through dealing with it... They still are there, though dealing with it can be very tough. So pressure is only self-inflicted. No one else is pressuring you but yourself. So think about why you have expectations for yourself. Self-doubt is like... If you're just tuning in to answer this question, you might not have the full context about why and how I'm saying this, but like... If you're doubting your ability to win, then I don't really think you need to, because winning shouldn't really mean anything. Shouldn't really mean much, sorry. Try not to speak in absolutes. Nerves. Nerves is just pressure. I would say just that you gotta check in with yourself on like, why do you have expectations for yourself? And do you truly care about improving more than everything else? Because if you do, then there's no need to like doubt yourself. Well, if you do care about improving more than anything else, and you don't put your self-worth into successfully improving. I mean, yeah, it does kind of... I'm sick. So I'm going to adjust my position here. It does kind of beg the question of like, well, if I don't care about winning, but I care about improving, what if I'm not improving? And that's fair. I think you should be trying to improve. Now it kind of... Your self-worth should not be tied to anything in the game. It should just be something fun. And it is just so much healthier to care about improving than the actual outcome. And it's also way more consistent. Zach says, best advice I can give is to start appreciating your losses more. Yes. Be grateful for your losses. Try to escape the basic feelings of losing feels bad, but trying to find your wins and the losses. If you can separate your mistakes from your identity and walk away still passionate about the game, you'll be unstoppable. Yeah, love it. It's fine to care about winning and improvement. The issue is solely putting self-worth into those goals. Yeah. I don't think winning... It's like... I feel like I've kind of said, like, you shouldn't care at all about winning. And in some ways I mean that, but in other ways, like, that could be interpreted in a way that I don't agree with, or I don't think is necessarily true. Um, I think winning, people attribute so much to the concept of winning and make it mean so much more than it should ever mean. I have an interesting topic I want to talk to you guys about. I think a lot of people are going to disagree with me on this one. I think the most effective way, I think a very effective way for people to feel less bad about losing is to feel less good about winning, right? I think there are ways to not have this be the case, but you'll notice that the people who get the most frustrated, sometimes they're often people who feel the biggest burst of emotions when they win. This has maybe more to do with behavior than thoughts, but they're linked. So, is it possible to care about winning without attaching yourself to it? Zach asks. So for me, like, some people think this is like, some people hear this and they get kind of horrified. But I will tell people, like I haven't popped off since I was like 16, 15. I'm 21, almost 22 now. Like, once I realized, like, winning doesn't really mean much, and then when I won, it's like, okay, this doesn't really matter as much. It's like, yeah, it's nice. I see some stuff in my gameplay that I've been working on, but, like, job's not finished. There's always more to improve. Like, I could be better. That's a good thing. That's a great thing. It's very exciting. If you feel that way about winning, then, like, what you'll find is that a lot of why losing is hard for people is because they anticipate winning, and it affects them emotionally. So because I don't have any strong emotional anticipation of winning, it doesn't have, like, losing doesn't really have much power over me. Does that make sense? I think Oa, I told you I was going to use Oa as an example. I think Oa pops off really hard and he feels really satisfied with his wins, but from what I see, Oa takes losses very well. Even in, like, really frustrating matchups, and it's totally fine to, like, admit, like, Fox K rolls, like, so hard, but, like, he's still got a positive improvement mindset about it. So I'm not saying it can't be done. Like, you can have it both ways, actually. But to do that, I think the reason, Oa, why you are good at this is because I think you like and love yourself quite a bit, and you have attached yourself to what it means to be a competitor in a very healthy way. I think a very effective method to make yourself feel the least frustration from losing is to not really care about winning. And I still have a great time. I still fucking love Smash. I love being a competitor so much, even though I'm a competitor in a slightly different way now. Remembering how I used to be a competitor is, like, that's one of my favorite things in the world. So don't make it seem like I didn't and don't love Smash. It's like, I totally do. It's just winning a single game can never really provide that much meaning, which is a good thing for me. So yeah, I'm totally fine if people maybe disagree with that recommendation. I think that's totally fair, because it's a little strange, I'll admit. How to balance aging out of typical esports competitive demographic and come to terms with increased responsibilities in life with a continued love for gaming / competing. Smash is very old at this point. People started competing in their early 20s are now approaching their 30s. What are healthy perspectives versus unhealthy ones in balancing games with life / relationships? This is a great question. This is absolutely an amazing question. Let's talk about it. Music stopped. Heck. Get this baby shit out of here. Okay. So I'm 21, and I don't. There's better people to answer this question than me, of course. Although I'm 21, I will mention once again I've been competing for almost 7 years at this point. I think in some ways I might have experience adjacent to this, but like not totally. In terms of increased responsibilities in life, I think for me, I can only really answer this for me. I feel like I could leave Smash. Not leave Smash. I don't feel like I'd want to like just cut Smash out altogether right now. But I think it's very possible. Like, if I get a job that I am very passionate about, or if I cultivate a relationship that I have a lot of faith in that makes me feel fulfilled, like my priorities can switch away from Smash. And I feel very at peace with that. In fact, I'd like for that to happen. That would both either a career that's extremely fulfilling to me, where I'm able to help people who are suffering, or a relationship that I have a lot of faith in. Like, those would make me feel way more fulfilled than Smash ever could. So this is this is also kind of about what about your identity and what about yourself and your current model of your life. What about all this are you attaching to competing? We'll say Smash for this. If you don't have shit going on in your life, then it's hard to not invest some of that stuff into Smash. Your sense of identity and purpose and whatever has to go somewhere. But this is the opposite of that. This is if you do have it. So I think what I would say, this is like a whole looking at your whole life and what does it really mean for you type of thing. I think trying to stay ahead of the game, stay ahead of the curve, and like decide what you want Smash to be for you. If you decide that Smash is not that important to you, saying it won't just make it so, but Fuck, what's up? Good to see you. Haven't talked to you in a while. Hope you're doing well. I think if you can decide what you want Smash to be for you, then over time you can prepare yourself, for a transition. Sometimes it's drastic, sometimes it's not. It depends on the person. When I entered my first romantic relationship, immediately I felt like my priorities in life completely changed. even though that person was in the Smash community, Smash instantly meant so much less to me than I ever had. So I think people need to have passion and meaning and stuff going on in their life, and activities to tie themselves to, and ways of being that you attach your identity to, and all of that. Like, so if you don't have anything else going on, it's going to be invested into Smash, but it's a combination of both investing more into these other things and gradually talking yourself through separating from Smash, to over time generate more room to dedicate yourself to other things. So if you make Smash a smaller part of you, then there's some open space in your life that can be filled with other things. So I think you need to do both, because having that vacuum can be stressful. So while you are separating from Smash, having other things that you can do to make that a bigger part of you is, I think, the best way to approach it. And don't just wait till you have something else better to separate from Smash. If you feel like you don't want Smash to be that part of your life, then you have to get rid of Smash, but like create some room and start diversifying. Start becoming a diverse being as early as possible. Another thing I'll mention about the typical esports demographic, talking about like age. People like drastically overestimate the effect that aging has on competitive capability. Like, getting older might make you like 2% worse at Smash, like being 21 compared to like 28, 29, 35. It's really not that much. Yeah, people vastly overestimate what the effect of that is. What is my short-term and long-term goal with Smash? I'm not going to answer this for myself. But this person said other stuff. Oh. I feel like most people are wanting to improve. They don't measure it in the right ways. Based on their movement. Not based on the results of one tournament or bracket. Yes. Becoming better. We have vague definitions of improvement and thus vague goals. People will go to events for years and never break certain barriers. This is a perfect response. I think the baseline, having the goal to make PR and making real steps to get there, is one of the healthiest goals you can make. If more people wanted that, they could get better faster. I don't know, but PR might be a little too high to start out with, but yeah. Yeah. But yeah, this person is spitting with all this. Okay, next up. How does an O2er keep a positive mentality when they're working hard playing online or friendlies, but never seem to get a win? For example, whenever someone keeps playing for a long time, Wi-Fi brackets, online tournaments, and lab training, but doesn't see a win. I get they improve over time, but most of the time they get seeded into way better players. They feel bad after they lose the first round to a PR player because there's little chance they could have won. Okay. Now they go up against someone else a little better or around the same skill as them. So if someone constantly practicing to the best of their ability and keeps losing every week, how did they keep their head up after feeling like they tried their best? I like the way this person posed the question, and they elaborated very well. This is tough in 2025. This is so hard. Being an O2er in 2025 is like... I'm going to be honest, like, people have been playing the game for a long time. So whether you're a new O2er or been around for an O2er, it's like I can't deny like it's really hard. Smash is like one of the hardest games to play competitively for many reasons, but this is a big one. I think you could have. I think there's a perspective that you could find if you're in this situation, so that you don't feel bad after losing to a PR player round one. Because there's a little chance they could have won. This seems like a good thing. This seems like a reason to not feel bad. Easy for me to say because I'm not in this situation. I understand that only really having one set that you have. Because like, I want to be honest, if you're an O2 or playing a PR player, it's like sometimes you just kind of got steamrolled and there's not much you get to learn from it. That's just kind of the truth. You can try, and I think there's some lessons you can learn, but I'm not going to lie and say that you can learn just as much from a PR player if you're just starting out. Yeah, this is why redemption brackets are so good. If you're not doing redemption brackets, you're throwing. Consider that. Yeah, let me put this out there. If you're going 0-2, 1-2, maybe probably even 2-2 as well, consider redemption bracket like the main event. Like that's why you're going. I think that's like, I think that's definitely the best way to do it. But yeah, only having one set in the main bracket and the whole prioritizing redemption bracket, let's say fixes it, but helps because you know you get to play a whole double elimination bracket of people who are more at your level. Yeah, I just want to validate your feelings. Like it's totally understandable to be frustrating, and it's really hard to be an O2er. I would say that getting some mentors would be the best thing. Like get someone who has a lot more experience than you, and you know, ask them if they have any insight on your experience personally to you, and you know, have someone you could talk things out with. I think that helps a lot to be heard in a situation like that. Best way to help an O2er deal with the nerves at a larger tournament. I've talked with a lot of people about this. A lot of people have asked me this specifically. And what has helped a lot of people actually is I'll go through this sort of script with them where I ask like, are you expecting at this major to like, sort of like how I asked about winning a local, are you expecting to like make it really far in this tournament? No. Okay, well, you know, going to a major is like a really good way to get inspired by the game and to learn a lot about the game and play against a lot of people. So even if like you got DQ'd from bracket, it would still be a great time just playing friendlies and stuff. So if you're going 0-2, well, I asked the person next, like, so, like before you're even there, if you go 0-2 at this big major you're going to, like, are you gonna be all right with that? Is that gonna be okay? And all of them will always say like, yeah, I'll be fine. It's like I'm not really going to win a bunch. Like I'm going to have that experience. Like if you can go to a bracket and make peace with any type of result beforehand, like if you can go to the major and be like, yeah, if I go 0-2, I'm gonna be fine. Saying those words, like this is a perfect example of like positive self-talk. Deciding that it is okay to go 0-2 will take the pressure off. Yeah, it's just a way to remind yourself of what matters and what standards are helpful, which ones aren't, you know? Why does a bracket lose? Why does a bracket loss after people? Why does a bracket loss after people more than others? Oh, why does a bracket loss affect? Is what they meant. Self-worth with the results. Yes. That's you hit it right on the head of the nail, as they say. We're almost to the end here. I'm gonna review some of another type of open response thing here, but we're gonna wrap the stream up pretty soon. Probably like 20 more minutes. Try to aim for midnight. I really appreciate everyone who's been sticking by. It's been a lot of fun. How to get a Smashy Bros sponsor? I don't really know. I'm gonna be honest. There's a lot of like amateur sponsors that will like they have like Luminosity and you know Team Liquid and stuff like that. But you have these like amateur type sponsors. Unless you're like at least state PR, you're not really gonna get a sponsor that's helpful. A lot of sponsors just like will put your name on our thing, and then we don't really give you any shit at all. And yeah. So I don't really think you want a sponsor. Well, sorry. I don't think a sponsor would do much for most people. It might make you feel cool, but yeah, they don't really provide much. I've been approached with a lot of sponsorship stuff, and when I ask them what it's about, it's pretty much about nothing. Last question. I think Zach actually said that he submitted an extra one. Maybe not. Let's see. Okay, no. This is the last one here. One reason I've struggled to motivate myself is that Smash is an inherently selfish game. You go against 30 plus people, and if you want to succeed, you have to outplace all of them. Okay? That is true. Winning any given set means moving forward on the journey, but cutting someone else's short. To win, you need to not only have the skill to be able to do it, but you need to be able to prioritize your ambitions over everyone else's in that moment. It's hard for me to jump between being friendly with the competition and my fellow competitors outside of the game, and this self-centered mindset during sets. I think I might know who said this. I'm not gonna say who, but oh. Wow, what was his response? Wait. Oh, who's someone I want to shout out for having a good mindset when it comes to Smash? Oa, as previously mentioned. Ant. Absolutely. I love you guys. I'm going to pull up the rankings just so I can see a list of all the players. I'm going to limit myself to 2 more. I don't want anyone to feel left out that I didn't mention them, so I'm going to, like I said, I'm just going to limit myself. So if you're not mentioned, it doesn't mean I don't think you have a good mentality. I think I will say Wander is good at being present with concepts of the game. Like, he thinks about the game, but he is always really joyful. He's just very positive. But it's not like he doesn't take competition seriously when he does enter, but it's also not his whole thing. You know, he doesn't go to tournaments a ton anymore. But I always feel like, you know, he's given it his all. He does really well. So I love Wander. Really miss him too. One more person. I think me. I'm not going to talk about me, but I would... Truthfully, I feel like I'd have to be in that conversation for most people. I'd say Noctilucent. He sets goals and he practices very intentionally. And he understands how to take notice of things that he does wrong, but he doesn't really self-talk negatively. Like he doesn't like beat himself up for it. He'll sometimes like take notice of mistakes that he made, like I shouldn't be making mistakes like that. But he is always immediately like while he's saying that, it only ever that's only ever voiced from an improvement mindset, from a growth mindset standpoint. Like he's always he is humble enough to note his shortcomings as a way for him to improve. So I think he is able to be critical. He's able to critique himself without being critical to his personhood. Yes, that's what I'll say. Okay, going back to the selfish thing. You guys can read it again if you want, but I already read it out loud. I disagree with the premise. So, inherently selfish game. They elaborate. This person elaborates what that means. If you want to succeed, you have to outplace all of them. It depends how you define success. I mean, the most obvious way to define success would be results, which like, if there was any express purpose of what a bracket is intended for, it's like to win. I mean, let's be real, that's the point of a tournament, but on an individual basis, we don't have to have it be like that. Yeah. Winning every given set means moving forward in maturity, but cutting someone else's short. I understand what you're saying. And I want to try to put myself in your shoes. I don't really relate to what you're saying. Perhaps I'm just evil and fucked up. But I don't feel like I am, cutting someone else's thing short. And if I am, then it doesn't affect me. I think part of it is, like, people sign up for that. To win, you not only have to have a skill, but also need to prioritize your ambitions over everyone else's in the moment. See, this depends on what your idea of the game is and what the intention is. This is from Grudo Nafi, by the way. Like, if your goal is, I just want to win, and that's it, then sure, it can seem that way. But if you want to learn to grow and improve, then that may not feel that it is selfish. Absolutely. Thank you for joining us, by the way, Grudo. We are kind of closing in on this, but I'm really glad that you are here. So I don't want to be dismissive or invalidating this person's perspective, but this is not something I relate to. You prioritize your ambitions over everyone else's. This could only come from a compassionate place. So I think this is, it's okay to think this. It's probably a good indicator that you're a pretty chill person. I'm not really sure how to respond to this, guys. What do you think? Oh, I had something to say. It says, being grateful for every player and every loss is the best way to fix this issue. Mutual respect and acknowledgement of each other's interest in victory makes it okay. It reminds me of a grateful hunter thanking and blessing all his hunts. That's so raw. Yeah. I like that, but I also feel like it's not that serious. I feel like it's not that serious, but you could say it is that serious for this person. Um, it can't be said that winning doesn't result in other people feeling upset. Like they're upset that they lost, which is the same that you won. You could make that distinction, but I don't really think it's, you know, fair to, you know, deny the point by just splitting those terms. So like self-centered mindset. See, like I get what you're saying, but like I just don't agree that this is self-centered. I would want you to think. Here's what I'll say: like, if you were to ask 100 competitors if it's selfish to want to win, 100 out of 100 of them, I think, would disagree with you. The reason why this is so strange is because, like, I think you're in the vast minority here. I think there are other people who struggle because they feel like when they win, people feel upset and they don't like that. But to think of that as selfish is like, it's a fair perspective to have. But everyone is there with the intent to potentially win. You know? It would be what would actually be disrespectful is to not try to win. Yeah, yeah, that's a good point. Being selfish isn't a bad thing. Self-centered is okay at times. Um, I think you can put other people. You can put yourself first while still being considerate to other people. So you're prioritizing yourself, but you're still being considerate to other people. If you're not being considerate, you'll be disrespectful. Um, don't know how to fight, but yeah, I could tell them they don't know matchups, so I could win. Or I can tell they don't know matchups, so I could win. Now, a selfish thought would be to just say F you and not help them know how to fight her. However, by teaching them the matchup, I don't think I am putting myself at a disadvantage as I show them what to do and counterplay. It helps me improve and do the counterplay to the counterplay. It's all about perspective, though. Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with what you're saying here. I think most people have the understanding that, like, although tournaments are frustrating for a lot of people, we are all signing up to play in a competition, right? And some of us are going to lose. Well, everyone but one is going to lose. And, like, we are all here for that. If people didn't... Here's what I'll say to you, whoever this is. If people didn't want to lose, if they really didn't want to lose, or have the chance to lose, they wouldn't enter a tournament. It is not self-centered to enter a tournament where someone doesn't want to lose. The reason being that they want to win. That's not self-centered. That's like they are entering to that. That's the reason why people are playing in the tournament. If people really didn't want to ever lose in a sort of bracket setting, they would not enter the tournament. I asked to imagine asking 100 out of 100. I think you could ask 10,000 out of 10,000 people. It's like, when you go to a tournament, you're understanding that, like, there's a chance you're going to lose, and that's, like, kind of the point, right? 1 million out of 1 million will say yes. That is the point, is that you can lose. But me saying that, like, I am missing the point of your message, totally. Because the point is that it feels bad because people are upset when they lose. I don't think you have to be self-centered to make that. I think you need to realize you didn't make this person lose, or you didn't make this person upset. I kind of said earlier that you did. But this person is getting upset because of their own issues. If I hadn't made this clear by my responses to other questions, I don't think it is a necessary requirement that one has to get upset by losing ever. I think it is plausible that you could lose and you can never be upset at a loss. I'm not expecting anyone to get anywhere. I think the only extent to which people should be obligated to improve their mentality is to not make other people feel bad or uncomfortable, like by just, throwing shit or saying fuck you and, killing everyone in the venue with a big hammer. Like, that's not okay. I wouldn't recommend doing that with a big hammer, especially. But, like, that's to the extent of making other people uncomfortable. Yes, you need to improve your mentality past that point. I'm not going to say everyone's required to, like, go on the journey of, monk-like self-mastery to never feel a negative emotion by losing. It's like, not everyone has to do that shit. But I think everyone should acknowledge that, like, we don't actually have to get upset by losing. And that is indicative of us either not being as perfect, as we can be at handling disappointment, which, like, totally fine. No one's perfect at dealing with disappointment. Not the average person, at least. Or it's some other issue that has nothing to do with that. So, like, it's not your fault for people getting upset. The fact that we're human means that most of us are going to get upset sometimes, and that's fine. So I think the best I could say is, as long as you're understanding that people are going to get upset, and that's, like, acceptable as long as they're not being, disrespectful to other people. People are going to get upset, and they're signing up truly with the knowledge and the acceptance that they are going to lose. And it sucks that some people don't handle that well, but I don't know, man. I hope that was a good enough thing. Yeah, real quick. I'm gonna go over some of these biggest challenge for mentality. This will be the last thing we do. When I'm winning, I let my guard down and play worse. I mentioned this earlier, but I think people should be going with every match with the intention to play with as much effort as possible. Treat everyone like, if I lose the stock, then I will die. Exaggeration, but like, yeah, having a game plan could also help with this. This is one we gotta talk about. Grappling with my ego. I always feel like I could and should be performing way better than I actually do, but I rarely practice enough to justify this feeling. Especially considering the last part of this question, or this response here. Why do you feel like you deserve to perform? Why don't you feel like you deserve to go O2? You're just as deserving to go O2 as you are to win the tournament, which is not at all. There's no such thing as, should or could, like, should. There's no such thing as that. That's just expectation, and that's, I'm not trying to, like, be a dick here, but, like, that's entitlement. One specific self-talk thing I'm going to call out. If you guys ever say I should have won that, or I should, I need all of you to immediately rephrase that. If you catch yourself saying that, pause the conversation to rephrase that. You should not ever be saying should. Don't should all over yourself. The thing about could, like you could place better or do better. This, I mean, I wish I had links like timestamps to these topics, but this just goes back to like, why do you care about winning? If you want to win more, then you should care about improving and not care about winning. I understand that's a paradoxical way to phrase that, but hopefully you know what I'm saying. So yeah, just be grateful for the lessons that you learned. That's the only real thing that you have after the bracket is the takeaways, like what lessons you learned. Guido says, sometimes it's the disappointment of not doing as well as you feel you can do. Like example, you say you study for a test and you know you can get at least a B and you get it back and you end up getting a C because you messed up a couple things. Like, oh damn, I studied and I know the info. I just didn't apply enough or something like that. That's a lesson learned. Sounds like a huge success in my book. I know it's not always not that easy. I know. Another person saying ego, closed-minded, not open to opportunities to and learn in bracket other than winning. Okay, for anyone in this situation, DM me or DM one of your friends, but you can DM me if you like, because I am one of your friends. Say like, I'm going to this tournament tonight. I'm really hoping I can learn some stuff. And then I'll check in later and ask what you learned. And I will congratulate you and help you feel accomplished with that. Because that should be good enough. This should be perfection, learning. You're not even open to opportunities to learn. My man slash woman slash they. You gotta look at why you're going to tournaments, really. Because I feel like you're going to tournaments for the wrong reason. Dang, a lot of ego stuff. Separate what I want from my ego. But I've gotten much better at this over time. Lack of being present, so the should is focusing on the past and the future, but can't understand it now. Yes. I think you need to take accountability. Like the ego stuff. Take accountability. That's the first step, and it's gonna suck. But you need to learn to be okay with taking accountability. Difficult to separate what I want from what my ego wants. I don't really understand what this distinction means, but I feel like this answer's here. I think I talked about that. Yeah, I'm not gonna be looking at all of these, just some of them. Okay, keeping momentum even when I'm losing for the same reasons I can't seem to get out of being told a solution requires mental abilities. Okay, so you're losing, and the reasons why that people are telling you or that you are observing are things that are abilities that you don't have yet. Be approaching every time you get the opportunity to play the game. Approach it from the perspective of I'm going to work on these things, and it might take me a long time to do it, but like this is my job, this is why I'm here, and this is what I love doing is being in this process. Again, we're not gonna be going on these for too long. We already talked about character hates. Want to leave whenever I lose a bracket. I want to leave right away, even though I could improve a lot. Why do you want to leave right away? If you leave because Grid, I'm probably gonna finish up in like 5 minutes here, but I really appreciate you. I cannot speak. I appreciate you hopping in, and I think you're awesome. So I will see you later. Yeah, why do you want to leave right away? If it's for frustration stuff, like you don't have to go home. Just like take a break in your car. chill out, and come back. If you're not doing redemption brackets, then you're missing out. Yeah, you just kind of gotta talk to yourself, talk through this one. Like, why do I really want to leave? If you don't think it'd be fun to stay, and you don't care enough about improving to like stick around, then that's fine. You just don't have to do that. Thinking that people like me, I wish I had more time to talk about this one. If you are nice, and if you're nice, then people will like you. I'm pretty confident on that. There are some things that are being nice and being polite. There's some people I think are nice but aren't quite polite. They interrupt people. That's a big one. Or like, making people uncomfortable with certain types of jokes that aren't appropriate. But just being genuine and showing interest in people and having conversations with them and expressing yourself, like, will make sure that you're liked. I'm pretty sure whoever sent this is already liked. I don't want to just give advice on like, here's how to make everyone love you. It's like, this is a really difficult thing to deal with. I'm really sorry that you've been struggling with this. This is this is very demoralizing to feel that this is true. Yeah, I'm here for you if you ever want to talk about your experience at tournaments, but I hope that people can help you feel welcomed at tournaments. Putting self-worth into results. Go home and reflecting after a loss. Like I said earlier, I just direct that more towards, go in with the intention of learning and manually make yourself think about what you've learned. I think it's so rare that people leave a tournament actually talking about what they've learned, which is kind of missing out. And if I find it hard to enjoy the game, it makes me want to be better. I'm finding it hard to enjoy the game and it affects wanting to be better. I don't think you should play the game. If you don't enjoy it, if it's hard to enjoy it and doesn't really make you want to be better, then I know it's hard to like leave a hobby like that, but like take a break or maybe just leave it altogether if it doesn't make you happy. I feel like it's possible to improve without ruining the fun of the game. I think they meant it's not possible. Are you asking me, Gerudo? Or asking about that person who wrote the question? Possible. You don't, again, like, you don't have to improve. You guys can just go to tournaments. You could also just not go to tournaments. So I don't want it to sound like I'm saying, like, these could be situations that people are totally okay with and they're just not really going to be going to tournaments. I don't want to assume that they're not doing that. But I'm not sure what this person really talking about. I mean, what makes it fun for me is just like being creative when I play. It's fun. And executing technical stuff and technical ideas. Doing stuff that's fresh to me. Uh, I would recommend asking advice of what to improve on here. I don't know if these, you say factors you can't control. Factors that you can't control would be like the sets that don't involve you. Um, like bracket luck is a thing, I guess. But like nerves is something you can control for sure. And how much, uh, not playing well till later in bracket, that's something you can control. It's not easy, but it. I mean, if it's not in your control, whose fault is it? It's not just an arbitrary, random process of the universe. Like there are factors at play here, and it's about how you are prepared for it. So, I'm not trying to call anyone out here, but like we should take accountability for as much as possible. If there is any factor that influences the competition, instead of blaming the game or your opponent or the character that you really don't like fighting, like then you don't have the power to change that because you can only change yourself. You're not going to code an update for the game. So if you are the reason why you lost, if you take accountability in a healthy way, then you get to improve and you get to solve that problem. So all these factors you can't control, look at them in ways look at them for what they are as factors you can control. Sorry, just a little sneeze. I find when people say stuff they can't control, it's usually stuff that they can. That could be controlled. They just don't know how to yet. Let me say that. I think that's all the unique ones. All that stuff is stuff we've already talked about. Yeah, this stream has been going on for over 4 hours. I really appreciate everyone who was here for any portion of the stream. I'm very glad I was able to hang out and discuss with you all. I know it's very difficult to have positive mentality, but it may require a lot of change for people, but I want you to know that I believe in you, and I think you can do it. If you guys have any questions about anything we talked about today, or you want to talk to me about anything, feel free to reach out. But that is going to do it for today. Have a great night.